Hello, hello. It is a minute past 9. I was going to say it's 9 o'clock, but it's a minute past 9, and it's me. Um, I'm here. I'm live. Um, how are we all? I was about to go and mute myself on YouTube, but I haven't actually got YouTube open, so I can't do that. I hope everyone's having a good week. I won't talk about mine because it'll probably upset us anyway. So, um, I think Iain's going to pop in. Don't know if anyone else will. If anyone wants to, they are free to do so. And yeah, we'll find out, shall we? Let's see, I have a few hellos. Been looking at too much ice cream, I think. Hellos. So Patricia was first, and then Matt, and then Laura, and Nia, and Laura's been gardening, and you're always like, oh, I've never been green fingered, like, to be honest. Yeah, I'm with you, Patricia. I could kill plastic flowers, to be honest. Hi Sharon. Hi Rebecca. Hi Iain. Hi Joan. Oh, thanks, Nia. I decided to shove some stuff on my face to, cheer it up, as they say. But then I think I went a bit dark with the eyes. But when you're mucking about, it just went too far. But Hi Queenie. Hi Ed. Hi Leanne. Hi Lenny. Was just watching Carla's latest video and you popped up, so I switched over. Oh well, I am honoured. So thanks very much, Leanne. Hi Susan. Yeah, the spanner brigade. I can't even. Why can I just not use some words sometimes? Spanner brigade. I got it. I got that eventually. Hi Sophie. And I think I'm down. I've got all the way down. So what's everyone been up to? What's everyone got planned? Anything? It's kind of awkward because we've gone into a local lockdown here, so like, which is kind of weird. So on top of the, staying within 6 people in your bubble and all that thing, yeah, that's right. So within 6 people at any one time, we now can't mix households. All the pubs shut at 10 o'clock. What else? I've forgotten what else they said, but it's more restriction than the usual because we have a high number of cases. Is the space for you? Of course it is, Sophie. I will send the link. Just click the link in the chat and it will bring you here. Where was we? I've been doing it all day. That's pretty much me. I haven't been out, haven't gone anywhere, haven't done anything. I was out till 9 o'clock last night. I went wandered around and then went out with Laura with the dog. Can someone explain why I have a spanner on some channels and not on others? Don't know how I got one, even what to do with it. Basically, the person who owns the channel can change you to a spanner, basically, and it's a moderator. So usually, what happens if you run a channel a lot, they'll change you over. And I think the reason I have loads is because not that long ago there was a troll going around, and they were like, what's the word? They were copying people's channels. They were copying people's accounts, and they were trying to pretend that they were these other people. And then I think in Nick and Andrea's one point they started deleting things and stuff because they'd give them a span, I think, and they were the original ones. But yeah, it's so in order to not do that, I went back over a couple of recent videos, knowing fine well they were the correct people, and I spanned everyone. So now it just looks like a spanner fest, as it were. You went to Chippy and munched on chocolate cake. Very nice. I'm being good. I've gone back on me healthier eating. So I had marmalade on toast for breakfast. Actually, I had what they're called, ham salad wrap actually, and like crisps. And crisps are not great, but I love crisps. So I had ham salad wrap and crisps, and I had veg curry, and I've got a few calories left, and I've been debating. We've got some mini I think the mini magnums. I think I'm debating, but I don't know whether I should have something a bit more substantial or I should just not. But we'll see. You've been to the beach, did you say? Oh, you've been to the seaside. Oh, that's fab. See, I don't really see it from that side of things because, like, I have it here all the time. So, to me, and I'm lucky, I guess. But when you've lived here all your life, you don't really think about it, I guess. So, I like my spanner. It's big and blue. Okay, Sharon. On Friday, did a yard sale. Today, I went to 4 stores looking for pimentos. What's pimentos? I'm probably going to know. Oh, you might have to sign up to StreamYard, Sophie, but it's simple. It's just an email address, and then it sends you a link to confirm it. But it is simple. A hairy toad troll under that bridge. Did I mention a bridge? I wants to call me brain. I'm not with it either, Susan, so I'm guessing. You can't stop yawning, it's only 4. Bless you. You feel tired. Hi, Sam. Those red things you stuff in olives, I make cheese salad with pimentos. Am I saying that right? Is it called pimentos? I'm just guessing. I don't like olives, so red things you stuff in. Yeah, I don't like olives, so I wouldn't opt for that. My plan, well, I'm hoping on Monday, because we've got a good weather day Monday. In that it's going to be 20, which for up in the northeast it's a pretty canny day, and it's going to be bright sunshine, no clouds and all that, supposedly. So I was hoping to go to see the sunrise, and I was going to video it. I was going to film it, I think, like I did going down the river. I was thinking about doing that, but it all depends because Laura I think she's on late. If she is on late, she doesn't start till 10, so she ain't going to get up. What's that word to them? She isn't going to want to get up at 5. Yeah. So, but I'll see if I can persuade her. It would be nice too, because I don't think we're going to get many very nice, much. What is wrong with my word? Well, actually, it's always my word, isn't it, really? But yeah. Hi, Neil. Oh, hi, Sophie.
Hello.
Hello. You all right?
Very nervous.
You're very nervous. Well, you don't need to be, because you know everyone in the chat and everyone's lovely. As are you.
I know. But I have a cold, so I'm a bit like, oh, manly.
Oh. So how have you
Yeah.
been? What you been up to? I know you said you were back at work.
Yeah, I only work Tuesdays and Fridays, because my partner works full time. The rest.
Yeah.
And the little one isn't at nursery or anything yet, so
All
yeah.
right. I remember when mine went to nursery. It was so weird because she kind of like, I've just left my child with a complete stranger, and you just, you know what I mean? You don't
Yeah.
really, and obviously you have to go through all of that and go through school and stuff, but like, it's weird because you just, you know what I mean? It's just,
I know. She needs to do it though at some point.
oh yeah, definitely. It's great
Yeah,
for
yeah.
them, you know, the
Yeah.
interaction and everything, you know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
cool for them. So have you
Yeah,
got
definitely.
anything planned? I mean, I know like with everything going on, it's kind of hard to plan anything, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm going to my sister's for a roast. I'm in her social bubble because
Mm,
she's a single parent. So, yeah, it just made it a bit more awkward not being able to have everyone.
yeah, you have to sort of choose.
Yeah,
And it
yeah,
becomes like, which of my family do I like the most? Although it's not, but that's how it kind of feels.
it
Yeah,
does.
sorry,
It does.
can't call you number 7.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
yeah. But
Crazy.
it's I love roasting it, so that's like the
Mm,
best.
definitely.
Yeah. Hi,
Oh,
Daryl.
my heart's beating like crazy. I don't know why. I'm so stupid.
No, you're
Oh,
doing fine. Like, honest to God, you're doing fine. I know I can't say anything because when I first started, I was terrified, you know.
yeah,
But like now, I just I don't even think about it so much. I sometimes get nervous as well if I'm doing something new. So like when I'm doing a new game or something or a new quiz or something like that, I might get nervous. But like these, I
yeah,
don't really. Not now because it's just like everyone in the chat I know now in a way.
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's like a little
Yeah,
family. It's
I
like
know.
a
I
little
know.
online bubble.
It's lovely.
It is. It's really lovely. Like
Yeah.
the whole community is amazing. Like you know, from all of it.
I would have come on before, but I thought you had to pay for StreamYard.
No, you get 20 hours free.
Oh, I
Um,
see.
but when you're on someone else's channel, it doesn't count.
Oh, okay.
So it
Okay.
wasn't. It was only if you were live on your own channel that if you go on someone else's, it doesn't count. Because essentially you're
Ah,
going through their link. It's not. You know what I mean? I mean, I do pay for it. It costs about £20, but obviously the money that was
mm.
raised for it'll last us probably about a year anyway. But it only because I talk so much and I would go well over my 20 hours a month.
Yeah, but your lives are great, so it's fine.
Oh,
Mine would,
thank you.
mine would be rubbish.
Honestly, you'd be surprised because I sometimes think to myself, well,
Mm.
people find interesting, like you know what I mean. But it's one of them things. It's like, well, I'll have that sort of, you know, like you
Yeah,
connect with some people, I think, and you know, you get to know them, especially when in the chats and the side chat and stuff like that, and you see people quite often because I probably see people in the chat more than I see my family, real friends. You know what I
oh,
mean? Even though, like,
yeah,
even though, like, obviously, that's a separate thing, but it's just, it's especially right now.
yeah.
Leanne's asking, are you a reseller and where are you based?
No, I'm not, and I'm sorry.
Right. Have you
Sorry if
ever
it's
had...
loud.
Sorry?
Is it loud? Like, can you hear outside noise?
No,
Or is it
not
okay?
really. No, it's
Okay.
fine. Have you ever done any reselling or had any interest in it, or even your own stuff?
I sell at the moment on Vinted, so it's just personal stuff that my daughter's
Oh, right.
outgrown. But that's literally, I'd be rubbish. I'm really interested in it though, as in watching it.
Yeah.
You know, I sort of subscribe to probably all the ones that I know of anyway, and I've
Yeah.
really enjoyed watching all their videos.
Yeah. Like, obviously,
Yeah.
I had done a tiny bit in the past. So I'm saying a tiny bit. I did it for about, I think it's about a year at one point,
Oh,
and then
cool.
for another, I did it with my sister for a little bit. But we used to sell a lot of personalised items, but it was
Yeah.
like personalised items with the name on. You know what I mean? Like we couldn't.
Okay.
They weren't like, we couldn't change them, and that was used to get that so many questions about that. Have you got anything with that name on? No, we don't have it.
Oh.
It's only what they is, but never mind. This is one of them things, isn't it?
Yeah, at least you had a go.
Yeah, it's just obviously it's not. I mean, I'd love to do it properly, but it's just not possible for me.
No.
Physically in that. So I just get me kicks like you. I watch everyone else and watch see what they do, and which is
I mean,
really cool.
I'd have the space for it to, store it.
Yeah.
But it's just, I think for a start, like, my daughter's just played everything. And I'd have to, like, take it down or say, actually, it's got a fault.
Yeah.
It's suddenly got pen on it or something. So,
yeah.
it wouldn't be very good.
And I think, I mean, maybe once your daughter goes into school, like, properly, you know what I mean, or something like that, it might be something you could do, and then only work in the hours she's at school, even if you did it at smaller scale, and have your other 2 days at work, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I lost you for a sec. I think I'm back.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. It sort of went, but. I've saved it. It's fine.
Neil's saying it's second nature for me now. Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is.
Yeah.
Like you do get used to it. So
it's weird because I can't see you and the chat at the same time.
Are you on your phone? Yeah, I think it's something to do with that. I'm not really sure why, but I think it is.
Yeah. Oh, chair.
John said, "Oh, with Adam's family." Well, probably. And Neil said, "Does Sophie have a channel?" But I'm guessing that's no, considering what you've just been saying.
No, I've just sort of made I don't really know how, to be honest. I've just sort of made an account and just a view, really.
Yeah.
That's about it. Sorry if I don't know if I can mute it. I need some sanitizer. There we go.
All right.
Right, there we go. Yeah, no. Yeah, if anyone's got any questions, I don't mind answering them.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. Because I'm a stranger, you see. We've come to watch Lainey and there's a stranger here.
No, it's fine. What was I going to say? If you can hear my son, I apologise because he's on Xbox Live and you just get random noises that come from his room that it's strange.
That's why I'm looking at my window for my partner to come back, because as soon as it comes in the door, it's like, no, he's moaning about his day, so I'd have to get off. Probably a quick exit when he comes through the door. Yeah.
Oh, no worries. Hi, Carl. Hi, Callie. Oh, Lewis. I can't speak me. I'll get
There's
it right.
actually a few names that I don't recognise, which is strange.
I didn't recognise the one I've just said.
Leanne's got a... Is it Leanne? Yeah, Leanne.
Yeah.
What's your job on the 2 days? I work in retail. I can probably say, because they have lots of stores, I work for the Works. It's nothing big, but it's sort of... Well, there obviously is an income, but the income isn't really necessary. It's just to have that break and you know, not be around my daughter constantly for when she goes to school, etc.
Be
you know, yeah.
Be someone else but mum kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because you can totally get lost in that, can't you? And all of a sudden you're like,
well, she was actually away from me for the first time today. I've never been apart from her, apart from work. And it's always been either my partner with her, me, or both. And today my sister took her back to hers to do washing, etc. And I just kept looking out the window like, are they coming back yet? I hated it. I hated it.
It's really hard. And then they go through phases where they're like, you know, you just want someone to, and I don't mean this in a horrible way, you just want your parent to come or your sister or something to take them for 5 minutes because you literally have done your wedding all day.
Yeah.
I'm new to the chat, so you wouldn't have seen me. No, you'd not, Carl.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nah. Maybe.
John loves the works. Hi, Craig.
Yeah, I'm from the south. Does it sound... I'm trying to talk well. I mean, I don't talk awfully, but, you know, it's... Yeah.
I know this sounds bad, right? But the south, for me, is like just that's just this one... It's just a one...
Yeah, just one big thing.
Once you go past, like, I don't know how far down, but, you know, like, obviously further down than Birmingham and that, you can tell the difference there, but because I live right near Scotland, just about. It's
oh, okay.
You know what I mean? In
See, my geography is rubbish, so I literally am clueless. So Winchester, I'm not sure where that is.
Apparently,
probably sounds awful.
It's not far from you in Surrey, but I have no clue. I'm the same. Like if I go anywhere, if I need someone, if someone asks us for directions, I literally have to look at my hands to know which is right and left. So I can work out which way.
That was me. Don't worry. That was me. 1 point. Oh yeah, Carl bought 26 clocks from the works here in Northern Ireland with castles on the front for £2 each, and sold them all for 19.99. Oh, nice.
Very nice.
It's so cheap. I mean, compared to retail price. And we've got this new thing that's come in our store. I'm not sure if it's been out for a while everywhere else, but it was 20 cards for £1.
Yeah.
And this lady was like, "Is this true?" And we was like, "Yeah, it's true." And she said to her husband, "I told you I'm not being stupid." And she was like, "I don't want to come to the till with 20 cards and they weren't actually 20 for £1." Because people just can't believe it sometimes. They just, you know.
It's hard, that, isn't it? That they can do.
I know.
Apparently, Winchester is in Hampshire, which is the next county to you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I know Hampshire.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard
of
them, but I don't know where they were.
I think Aldershot, is that Hampshire? Maybe Iain will know.
I don't know.
I don't know if Aldershot comes under Hampshire, sorry. Yeah.
I think.
Daryl, you're not new. I've said hello to you many times, and you've said hello also.
Yeah. Leanne said she bought loads of puzzles from the works online and at the start of lockdown and sold loads.
Yeah, it's really good to do. I mean, especially when we have the big sales, which we're having at the moment, and everyone thinks we're closing down, but we're not. I mean, I was doing all the sales stickers the other day, which I absolutely love. And it was like I can't remember, it was like a Weight Watchers curry recipe book. It was down to 10 pence, which was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hello, Iain.
Hello, sorry. I had a mouthful of tea when you said that then.
Oh. You've seen Iain in the chat with Sophie.
Sorry?
Hello, Sophie.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Can I just say, I love what you've both done with your hair tonight. I think you've both done really well.
I'm hoping you definitely can't see me because I look awful.
No, you can't. I'm sure you told, but no, you can't see.
You would have seen like the worst angle, you know, from the double chin upwards and all sorts.
No.
Oh.
and just put me make sure when my thing's that long, my name across there,
Yeah.
so then it just hides.
Yeah.
Can't
It's
see
all
anything.
right.
I've gone with a short version tonight.
Aldershot is in Hampshire. Yeah, I thought so, which is actually close to me. Yeah, I'm quite close. And I'm also close to, I never know the name of the car boot. I think Peter Ray goes there. It's in Farnham.
Is that the one at the race course or something?
No, I can't think what they call it. Because my mum's partner, he sells there sometimes. I just can't think. Country Market, I think they call it. Country Market Car Boot or something. That's how I know it.
I remember seeing him do a video on one at a race course, I think. I'm sure it was a race course.
Oh.
Could be. Joan used to buy and sell audiobooks from the works, but they don't sell them anymore. Sell many anymore. I get there.
Oh, we don't have any in our store, actually.
Do you not?
No, I've never seen them there. I've only been there since, well, January I started, but obviously we was off for months.
Yeah.
So I was only actually there about 2 months, and I was off for, I think it was about 5. But yeah, I've never known them to have any in our store. But we're quite new there. We only opened in December.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we replaced Halfords, which some customers weren't happy about. They came in for Halfords, and then they rocked in, and we're sort of like, it's us now. Not gonna get any tyres in here.
No, I can imagine that they're probably like, gone there 20 years or something, and then all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Nia says, has Iain got chocolate at last?
Oh, sorry, I was just replying to that. You just beat me to it. No, I haven't got chocolate. I haven't got chocolate yet. Well, to be perfectly honest, I went to Aldi and
Aldi.
I got all the bits apart from chocolate that I wanted, really, which is a bit bizarre, but there we go.
Sophie.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Is it Aldi or Aldi?
Aldi.
Thank you.
Aldi.
Because I think if it was Aldi, it would be ALLD. Aldi. No?
Yeah.
No, it's Aldi.
Because when you say Al, it's like saying all with one L, which isn't right. So it's Aldi.
You'd be wanting me to say latte next instead of latte. I mean,
That's probably how I say it. No, me. That's probably how I would rock up to customer like, can I have a latte?
Well, there are people in the chat. I'm not going to point anybody out in particular, anybody in North Wales, right? That might sound a little bit, perhaps, Scouse, and I might say Aldi, but I say Aldi. It's just the way I am. Sorry.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, you can just be wrong by yourself. All right.
It's like the potato tomato thing.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? And the mind's gone blank. You called it live and late. Well, I decided that you were going to be live and I was going to be late.
Well,
yeah,
that works.
Yeah. Sorry if I interrupted your conversation there, Sophie. I'll let you to continue as you were.
No.
No. I was going to say it's a 3-way, but you know what I mean.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. That's the worrying part. I do know what you mean. Yeah.
Winchester is after Basingstoke, down the M3 before you get to Southampton on the coast.
Okay. Yeah.
That still means nothing to me, by the way. Hi, Mike. John says, I like the rainbow paper block Sophie bargain and the Mandela notebook.
I don't think we have either of them over. What's going wrong?
Oh, it just must have jumped a lot. But yeah, I'm guessing she gets them from the works.
Yeah, it's really good. Plus we get 25% off, which is even better.
Yeah, that's really good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Most places don't give that much of a discount to their staff.
No, I had 10% at TK Maxx.
Yeah.
And then I haven't really been in retail. I started off, I did cleaning at a school where my mum worked, so I sort of joined with her. And then I went to, where did I go after that? TK Maxx, just over a Christmas period.
Oh yeah.
And then I worked for Gala Bingo, which was fun.
I can imagine.
And then when it got towards sort of when I was going to take maternity, I just quit.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure whether I'd want to go back because of like the distance, the hours, etc.
Yeah.
And then just before my daughter turned 2 in April, I obviously joined where I am now. So yeah, that's all I've done really.
Well, you've got, God knows what you'll do in the future. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, my dream job is, which probably sounds really strange, to work in an Amazon warehouse. I just love the picking and packing, like being nosy of what people's brought, that sort of thing.
Have you ever been on one of sorry, Sophie, have you ever been on one of the tours?
No.
Oh, Soph, get yourself booked out. I'm not sure what they're doing because of coronavirus, but I went to one at Manchester Airport because that's probably my closest. Although they're all over the UK, and they literally show you around. And believe I'm techie and I love engineering and all stuff like that. And believe me, I was like I was happy really.
Wow.
And it's fascinating, absolutely fascinating. The way they do it all, it's all computerized. They have how can I describe it? It's like a robot base, for a better expression, and then they have shelves on top of it, and these robots move independently as and when they need them. And it's if anybody in the chat gets a chance to go, if you go on to Amazon Tours, if you Google search it, I'm sure it'll bring it up. And you can go. I know Andrew Monumental went on one. Louise KLC Reselling's been on one. Christos went on one. There's quite a few people across the UK been on one. If you get a chance, I'd say I'm not sure what with everything that's going on, whether you're allowed to at the moment. But
you have to pay for that.
Tours, honestly, no, it's free. In fact,
oh my word,
I got a Amazon Tours water bottle, like a gym bottle, like a metal, like Amazon branded, and that went on eBay, and I got £12 for it.
Nice.
So but if you ever gets a chance, Google search it, Amazon Tours.
Definitely.
You have to book in advance. I think I booked something like two or 3 months in advance, and that was then. I mean, I'm going back probably 18 months now, but yeah, if you get a chance, go and have a look.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my other dream job would be an RSPCA inspector, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I just love animals. I know obviously you have to see them in distress and whatever, but just being able to save them and sort of take them out of that would just be amazing.
I worked for a rescue for a while. I only did stuff like admin kind of stuff and like phone calls and whatnot. And this was whilst I was stuck in bed anyway. So I did it all from here. And I would obviously get to know stuff. I wasn't I didn't physically see them, but I got to know a lot of it. And it was it was so heartbreaking, but then at the same time, so amazing. We had this, there was 2 dogs that come in, and there were 10, but one of them was going blind, and he was also diabetic. He needed insulin injections every day, and so the other dog used to be like he would follow her around, and so we got them into they'd been in their owners had passed away, and so that's how we ended up with them, and they were stuck in the kennels and had been in for a year because they wanted to, obviously people wanted to part them, you know what I mean, and just have her rather than him and her, and like, which is awful because, you know, so when we decided to try and get like long-term fosterers for them, because obviously there were like 10 already, and so when I was in hospital, when I was getting better, I was in hospital. So in the April, I went on a search for like potential, you know, people who would be able to take them. And like I was looking every day and going on every different place I could find and like just advertising them both. You know, I've got loads of comments, you know, like people saying, "Oh, I hope they get somewhere," and blah blah blah, because they couldn't be parted. He would be too distressed, you know what I mean? And eventually, this one guy contacted us, and then I spoke to him on the phone. And you know, when you just know, I just knew that he was like exactly right. And he had them for 3 years, and they passed away within a year of each other. But that 3 year that they had with him was just amazing. Like, just it, and things like that is just so, like, it's just epic. Like, you can, a lot of rescues and stuff, I mean, not so much now, but when, you know, once COVID's gone, you'll be able to like volunteer and stuff. So you can do, if you can give, even like take a couple of dogs for a walk or something, like, or, you know, help out in some way, because that's what they used to do at the one I used to help. And then there's like loads you can do, and people still tag us like on my Facebook and that, who are, when they got dogs from us, like they still tag us about it every year, like whether it's their like gotcha day or whatever. But it's really, really cool and rewarding when something good happens, you know what I mean? It's hard to watch, but in the reverse, but yeah. Hi LB Retro.
I noticed, I think Louis came in there as well, Lainey.
Did he? I'm like miles behind. Hi Louis. Leanne said you have a young sounding voice, Sophie.
Oh, I sound awful. I watched videos and I'm like, oh my word, I do not sound like that.
You don't sound awful at all. She said you sound young. You're in your early 20s, but aren't you? Early 20s?
Yeah, I'm 23.
Yeah, I thought you were.
Yeah.
Me too, yeah, me too.
Really?
What did he say? What did he say?
He said me too.
Hi, triple it, you mean?
Oh, okay.
How rude. Only double if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Carl says, Amazon warehouse staff are like slaves. They have to pick 100 orders in a short space of time, and the slower you are, the closer to losing your job.
Oh dear.
As does the same, because my son worked for them a little bit in the warehouse, and the ones in who used to come in during the day, they would take the big orders, and then ones that had smaller things, because you had to meet a certain criteria, and you had to put all this stuff into a computer. And obviously, if it had a bigger amount, it was easier to meet your criteria than the ones that had smaller amounts. So it used to be really hard. Neil said, Sophie, you would love a podcast called My Friend Bought a Toaster.
I wonder what that's about.
Someone's friend bought a toaster.
Yeah.
Where was that? Queenie said she likes the sound of free. I'm assuming she's talking about the Amazon thing. Does it have a gift shop? Iain, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm trying to put something in the chat, and it's being a devil.
A devil. Amazon give you more and more targets to make you run everywhere. I'll shift. Tough job. Yeah, John. Hi, Ricky. I don't have long, but I thought I'd pop in and say hi. Hi to the chat too. I'll stick for a minute. No worries. Nice to see you.
Do you know people can't say Ricky without me first thinking of the EastEnders thing.
EastEnders. Ricky! I bet you got that.
Ricky.
I bet you got that. Ricky. I always think of Ricky. Oh man, the singer. Well, Rick Astley actually in it, but it's not even Ricky. Why did I think that? It just came into me. Nah.
It's quite all right. You think what you like, love. I don't care what Sophie says about you. I think you're lovely.
You suit that. You suit that voice. I'm just saying.
That's how my mum sounds.
Is it?
Your mum sounds good, is she? She's
Well,
down there, is she? Like?
Yeah.
He likes it down there. He likes it a lot. Like.
Nick says, imagine working whilst people are watching you during a tour. Yeah, no, that would be weird. Yeah, just crack on. Oh, he's another lot of weirdos coming to see what we're doing. You know what I mean? I think that's how I would think.
Definitely.
Oh, Nia's got Rolos. She's offering them out here.
She's offering Rolos out now. Yeah. Ask her why she wasn't offering Rolos earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, Nia, why were you not?
Yeah.
Leonie, I would have taken the doggies in a heartbeat. A few years ago, I adopted a 13-year-old Maltese. Yeah, exactly, Leanne. And I mean, the reason we did it as fostering, it was because the cost of his medication. And although the person who did foster him, you could have said that they adopted him, really. They adopted him and her, I should say. But they were so lovely. I don't know if I'll be able to find. Let's see if I can show you a picture. But it was just, it was just nice that they had something cool.
No need. You didn't offer me a Rolo. There were stipulations, if you remember. Oh, I didn't want to do that.
You didn't want to do that?
I didn't want to do that.
What are you on about?
So I'm trying to do something and it's not going well.
Well, you're not good at this technology, Malati, are you?
Right, Lainey, if you don't mind, we got no bloody choice right now. I'll put a link in the chat to a guy who's set up a channel close to me. He's a reseller. He started doing videos. He's been reselling for a while. Yes, LB, thank you for your sub. I saw that yesterday. Was it today? It's been a very long day. No, Louis, it's somebody else, Bob.
Oh.
Bob from Yorkshire Traders is somebody else. No, Bob is a lovely fella. I met him a couple of times at Car Boots. He's only got 150 subs. If you just go and have a look, he's putting some great content out at the moment. Only just starting out. Please feel free to go and have a look and see what he's putting out. He has actually been in your chat before, Minnie. I think he came in last time and we mentioned it, but
yeah.
But he's a lovely fella.
If he wants to pop on, he can.
Well, I mean, it's from Yorkshire. I mean, what's not? I mean, it's going to be lovely, isn't it?
Didn't they be talking about them again, Ricky? Bananas and shrimps. That was like, was it Sharon who was weirdly at them things? It's like weird flavoured rubber stuff that she eats. Sending you all the chippy love. Chippy love.
Can I just say to Louis, hello, darling.
Daryl says, I was 13 in 1997. Sophie thinks that I'm young. Lol. Well,
still young.
Exactly. Compared to me, how old was I in 97? Wait a minute till I do complicated maths. What Fozzie? Do you know?
Well, I have my brother's 41 and my sister is 39.
All right.
And they're from a separate marriage. So my mum's actually 61.
Ah.
So she had them quite young, but obviously had that divorce, and sort of, took a while to get in a relationship, etc. And had me. So yeah, it's quite a big gap, but it works. We all get on well. So
that's good.
I was born and my dad slapped the vet. LB Retro are saying if it'll pop on if you want. I'll try mine the webcam and new mic.
All right, no worries. I'll put the link in. Ricky Martin. Used to get called Ricky Martin. Well, I think I'm miles behind the end of this. You offered Iain a roll earlier and he said no. Say, well, if you say a no, it's your own fault.
It'd be my fault somehow.
David's just shouted no there. Don't know if you heard it.
Yeah.
He went, no!
To be fair,
someone's kind of like score a goal or something on FIFA and he'd be like having a meltdown.
Oh.
So, I obviously I've come late to the party here, Sophie, so please bear with me. Have you been a reseller for long? Or are you part-time, full-time, anytime?
I don't resell at all.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I just like the look of how it works. I enjoy watching the videos, how sourcing works, and how you're able to make a living from it. I sub to quite a lot, most that I know of. I mean, I think I've searched for your channel. I couldn't seem to find anything. I don't know if you have one.
I don't put content out, so
mainly. Okay.
Well, for various reasons, really, but
no, fair enough.
I just tried to content on eBay, and to be honest, there's enough content out there, and there's enough great channels out there. LB Retro being one of them. Laney and others doing great stuff. Bobby, who I just mentioned. There's all sorts of people out there doing different things at the minute, so I kind of leave it to them, really. And I'm not, that suits me. I'm not into editing and all that. I'd rather just be getting on with eBay, really. But
no, that's fair enough. I just didn't want you to think I'd sort of left you out. And I'm like, yeah, I've subbed to everyone apart from me. Well, you.
no, it's fine.
No, I have looked, and so.
It's funny actually because there's a reseller who just moved down your way actually, who occasionally wind up and say, who occasionally wind up and say, you've not watched my videos yet. You can see the pause in his face and say, I haven't watched them. And then he remembers that I don't do videos. So, but yeah. Anyway, I just tease him about it. Can I just say, Bill, that the mark on your head from the shelves is getting better?
Yes.
Well, you smashed yourself in the head, have you?
Oh yeah, no. What it was as you can see behind me, the shelves. Basically, they got some like metal brackets, and I was down below on my knees, as you do, you're screwing the things in. And some of the screws were going upwards, right? And it poked through the wood only like a little bit. So I was going to angle grind them off anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I was literally just pulling the screw pot over, not looking where my head's going, and then bang, straight metal bracket straight into my forehead. And if anyone knows me, I had a stroke 3 years ago, so I'm on blood thinners, and I bleed for England. Honestly, when you're on blood thinners, it just doesn't. This didn't stop. This was it was about 3 hours of blood before it stopped. So if you ever see anyone dying in the street and the blood don't stop and they're on blood thinners, you really have to stop the blood flowing big time. It just soak through pads like a good one.
Jeez.
But the sheds, come on! I can't believe the transformation that we've had so far. You know, in just over a month. So I'm really pleased with it.
It's really come on, mate. I've been watching your progress. It's been really good. I mean, I'm a chipper by trade, so I know how difficult it is. It's been good. Enjoyed it.
No, it's something that we wanted to do for over a year, because we've had tons of reselling stuff, as you do when you first start out reselling. You get tons of stock, list it all, and then, well, where do I put it? So the only logical reason, if you haven't got any storage, is the bedroom. The bedroom becomes your hive of storage. So it was stacked up to the rafters. Literally, look you see here this is the latest haul, all of these ball games, because we're in the fourth quarter, and they're selling just massively. They're going down. I've done 7 ball games tonight. So
excellent. Good.
Thank you, Iain.
That time of the year, went it?
Oh no, it's brilliant. As long as you don't overly price the stuff, you'll be fine. You know, I always go. I look at the solds first off, and then I tend to look at what's listed. And for some reason, eBay now, when you search something, I don't know if this is with all searches or if it's with your accounts, but mine comes up with cheapest first. Every search comes cheapest first. I don't know if I'm a tight arse and it just it wants me to search the cheapest, but then you can go. Well, it's actually good because you can go down the list and look at all the different conditions of the items. Because not the cheapest, not always going to be the best, because I might have a slightly better box or mine's more presented better. And always, I will say, photo it really good, and you get more money. I find that's a brilliant tip, because at the end of the day, I've listed something that was probably £3 or £4 more than the like 4 or 5 cheapest items, and honestly, it was. I'm surprised myself when I think, oh, maybe it is the image. Then it's the professional image that you do. So it's worth doing a good photo.
Indeed.
I'm just going to answer the chat a bit, and it. Louis says, "How are you this past week?" That was directed at me. Not good, Louis. Things are really not good. However, I'm trying not to focus on it in this, because it's just. But yeah, things aren't great at the minute. Queenie wants to know what car boot you go to, Iain.
Oh, that's a good question. I tend to travel, actually. Sorry, I'm just doing something as I'm talking to you, but it sounds wrong now I've said it. But anyway, I go to Leeds Bradford, I go to Wetherby, I go to any Yorkshire ones really, and sometimes travel over to Manchester, because Manchester is only about an hour from me. So it's either or. I mean, to be honest, at the moment with the virus, there's probably less car boots on. So ones like Dewsbury and the mind's gone blank now. And other closer Yorkshire ones are probably have been shut really, or not worth going. But yeah, I've travelled a bit, as I say, to different ones. I've even been to Ripley at Chesterfield, and trying to think of other ones. Two Gates, that sort of one. So yeah, because I know I think Queenie's not far from me, is she? If I had to think, she might even be in Huddersfield, to be honest.
I'm not sure.
I can't remember either. I seem to remember.
When I first got to know her, I thought she was American, actually. You know what I mean?
Thought she was what, sorry?
American.
Oh, right. With you.
But hi, Keaton. Yeah, Sharon, you can keep all the bananas and shrimps. You can have them all. Joan said, Sophie, her brothers are 15, 17 and 18 years older than her, but they had the same dad.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you there, Louis?
Hello, dear. I just was listening to you. Hi,
how are you? Are you good?
Yeah, I mean, just got in a bit of a rut. My sleep pattern's been really terrible, to say the least. Yeah.
I seen that you, I don't know if you were going to loads of like places to buy from or something, but there was like a map with loads of red dots on your Instagram.
Oh, yeah. That you noticed it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going against. And when I say going against, I you certainly can't do 100 and something red dots, which that entails, just garage sale and yard sales after, moving sales. And so they had, long story short, they had that's a Krillin saying, by the way. They had like 45 or almost 50 house sales, all in one day, starting this morning. And they're all in these two neighborhoods. And I've never been to this community, and it was probably about an hour from my house. And so I'm exhausted.
Oh, wow.
I got home a little while ago, and spent too much money, but I think I've made out like a bandit, to be honest. So
good, sounds good. Joan said she's also on blood thinners, Bill. So she knows what
I was incredibly lucky with my stroke, to be fair, Lainey. There's, I think they said 1% of the whole world population has got a vein between the left and the right side of your brain.
Right.
Where my particular stroke happened.
Wow.
See.
And my stroke happened. And what a stroke is a blood clot that clots the brain up, and your brain goes in flight or fight mode, and it does everything it can to survive. So your face drops. I started. I thought I was going to faint, go on the floor. My arm started seizing up. It was terrifying. I thought that was the day I was going to die.
How old were you then, Bill?
I was 32.
It's very young, isn't it?
Yeah, and honestly, when they say only old people get strokes, don't believe them. You could get a stroke at any age, and they were saying that kids get strokes. 5 or 6 year olds getting strokes. And the lucky thing was, I had all these stroke symptoms. I'd say a 10 times migraine on that day. Just, it was so painful in my head. And they wouldn't give me any painkillers. They just left me there.
Wow.
And they couldn't figure it out. There was 5 consultants, no word of lie, 5 brain surgeons standing round me, not wondering what was going on.
Yeah. Night, Ricky.
So
she had a stroke at 35.
Yeah.
A little bit older than you, but she lost most of her eyesight, and there's no.
You could lose all sense of your face, your arms, your legs. It can do you right in. It is a flight or fight response. Is the brain doesn't want to kill you, but it's either the brain or your body, and it goes for the body.
It's interesting, your description. I found that fascinating. I never heard anybody that I've known or read about that having a stroke, and in the terms of like being in fight or flight experience. That's sounds pretty acute. My mother has gone through 2 strokes, and one was in the last year, but about a little over a year ago now. And it's amazing to see her up and walking, and a little bit clearer in her mind. But it's a terrible experience to see somebody you love and adore so much, and let alone just people that you become acquainted, or just anybody. It breaks the heart. But I know that's a fact of life. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I had my 2-year-old, because she's now nearly 6. I just remember this. It puts a tear in my eye to think about this.
Yes.
You see my face dropping, and I couldn't talk. It was I could talk. Yeah. In your brain, you're thinking, I'm talking like I am to you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not coming out of my mouth, and that's why I thought I'm sodded now. I'm going. And my little daughter, she said, "Daddy, would you like a glass of water?" And I just broke my heart, because she just wanted to make me better with a glass of water.
Have you written this experience down? Have you been able to do anything like that in terms of just writing about it, documenting it for yourself and maybe others? But I have a book to recommend you, by the way. So.
Right, you have to message me.
Well, I mean, I could just I think it's called Stroke of Genius or something like that. But it's about a doctor who was actually a Iain, maybe, or one of you all, and Lainey, maybe help me remember. Is Sophie there?
Yes, I am here.
No, there's this book about a doctor who was I'm trying to remember the correct terms of somebody who works with stroke victims, and this doctor actually had a stroke. And
a neurosurgeon.
Yes, I believe she was a neurosurgeon.
Neurologist.
Something to that effect. Yes, correct. Yeah, and she had a stroke, and she had to teach herself right from the beginning how to she was sitting there in a stroke mode where she was pretty much, her whole body was incapacitated, and listening to the doctors or her colleagues just saying, oh, she's a vegetable now, she's never going to make it. And she fought so hard. She had to teach herself to write. She had to teach herself to, just everything from the beginning, and to read, and but she understood, but she just couldn't do anything. And it's slowly, somehow, something she fought out of it. And it was amazing. She was just, she wrote her experiences based on, like, you're like in this bubble and you can't do anything. Yeah.
Louis, is it Eben Alexander?
Say again. I'm sorry.
Eben Alexander, Eben EBEN Alexander.
I want to say, did you look her up? It might be her. I'd have to look it up.
American neurosurgeon.
Yes, there you go. And like Lainey said, she is a neurosurgeon, and and it was it called Stroke of Genius or something like that? Stroke of Luck or something. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, she's done a few books, to be honest.
That sounds right. I can't remember her first one, but we can look it up. Yeah, that would be her.
Interesting.
For free hug, Iain.
Say again, sorry.
You in the chat for free hugs now.
Oh. So I just wanted to drop that as a sense of just, of awe and wonder. You can't give somebody false hope, but you can give them, a sense of integrity of, like, these are things that happen. But look at this. This is a phenomenal story about a woman that said, hell no, I'm going to somehow break out of this. She literally climbed out of the dirt, so to speak. And I love your story about your daughter being there for you. That gives you a better sense of hope, and to restructure how can you move forward in life and persist. We all have our deeply powerful challenges on a day-by-day basis, and
most definitely. It really puts when you have a life experience like that, it really puts perspective on life. It really does.
Yes. It's yes. It, you know, like where you are in life. I've learned. I go through these like I from a psychological perspective, I call it like a mental challenge. Like my daughter who right now it's not that she's not talking to me, but like we're speaking less because she's so accumulated by life, and she's just turned 18, and in about a year she's going to be out on her own past school. And it's like, I get in these ruts where like, whoa, I haven't heard from her. And, you kind of get in a negative space. No matter what your negative space is like, if you're pessimistic about something, how does one move forward? You have to kind of create that day by day, like instead of looking back at, well, this is where I'm at, and that's the bad thing that happened to me. You can always
You can't dwell in the past.
better cliche. Just where's the blessing in it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can't dwell in the past.
Well, I mean, it doesn't unless you learn from it. I mean, it's like history. If history teaches you nothing, if you don't learn, take it, and somehow apply it to your life. You know what I mean? Iain knows. He's a tough.
Oh no, mate. Yeah. I think I'm incredibly lucky. I mean, if you look at what Joan's gone through, and I'm I feel so blessed with how I regained my total. I don't know what we call it. It's normalcy.
I didn't understand the last word you said. It's a what?
Like normalcy, like I returned,
Mm-hmm. Duly noted. Yeah, it is. And, to me, a sort of sense of normalcy comes with, like I said, these things sound.
I'll get tired.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. But I mean, you have to kind of go through life with a sense of gratitude. Like what in this moment, like when you're feeling bummed out and you're stressed or just, and we're human, so we have to remember we do feel a sense of what's the word I'm looking for? Like we have bits of grief in us, and we feel sadness, and a lot of us don't like to talk about it and approach it, and just address, like, like your good friend or even just a small acquaintance says, "How are you doing?" You don't want to, you really don't want to dwell, like you said, on the past and say, "Oh, I'm feeling really like a pile of dog turds," and but you can also just be aware and say, I've had better days, and smile, and it doesn't mean you have to sit there and be negative about it, but like when you're by yourself, I think the best thing to do is what sense of gratitude do you have about your existence? I mean, nobody's existence is perfect. Some has it maybe tougher than others, but and the main thing I think really is
there's always something worse off.
Say again.
There's always someone worse off.
It's easy to look at it like that, but it's easier for like 5 people to be in a channel and be able to express to each other, in words to some extent. Unfortunately, I can't put a visual on this. I could probably get my phone out in a little bit and reconnect and show you guys, who I am. I'm on a computer that doesn't have a visual camera, but in the sense that like Lainey puts herself out here and she connects with people and she's a great listener, and she's here, and and moments like this can creep in our lives where we go, oh, who's on the telly or who's on YouTube, or and oh, I've never heard of LB Retro. Who's this chap that's who has another story. He's like me. I had the same experience or something to that effect. Just to have a bit of empathy.
I was just saying hi to Leanne. TVG.
Hello.
Iain. What's this about you not being a hugger late in life?
A what?
he said something in the chat about somebody was saying something about giving hugs, and he says, "Oh, I'm a hugger too, but unfortunately, I learned late in life." Did I say that correct, Iain?
Yeah, it's only from the perspective that we, not in a horrible way, we just weren't growing up. We weren't a huggy family, really.
Yeah.
And parents love me to bits, and I love them to bits, but we just weren't a huggy family, really. And it wasn't until later life that I kind of got onto the concept. Really, I always found it a bit strange. There's a reseller, I won't name her, but there's a reseller down south who, runs a million miles away from hugs, and I'm not like that. But it was still quite strange to him, and it wasn't till quite a few years after, really, that that I kind of just got used to doing it, really. I do like a good hug, of course I do. Yeah.
Do you know about the science and psychology behind hugs?
No.
I mean, I've read some statistics that were kind of interestingly, just kind of fascinating to dwell on. And it's like, really? And about people's life expectancy lasts a lot longer for with human touch, and just the idea of just people's stress levels going down. It's like having a I guess those who have a pet are less likely to have certain kind of traumas and whatnot in their life, but the whole idea of human touch, just a basic hug. I'm not talking necessarily on a sexual basis or something, but just and as opposed to like
you don't mean the hugs between me and you, Louis. We mean other hugs.
Well, when you and I hug, it's a bit different.
Yeah, special.
I would have to move your hand from my bum.
I'm only covering your tattoo, Louis. I'm only covering your tattoo. Covering your dignity.
I know you don't like me to caress your hair in a certain fashion, so I don't.
Right, shall we all leave these two alone?
We need to get another room. I love to hear laugh.
Oh yeah. And for anybody who is listening, it's just banter that me and Louis have. It's kind of started.
I never feel alone. I always have Casper the Friendly Ghost with me.
Oh, I love it.
What's your first name? Highlighted comment. You can't just tell you that. Oh, I heard myself there. That's not good.
Didn't you?
Lucy, my other half.
Yeah, Lucy, your other half. Yeah.
My only suggestion about daily routines and challenges and whatnot, and like listening to it, Lainey said, it's like I encourage everybody, like in the chat too, is find somebody you can connect with, and sometimes you see each other in the chats, and unfortunately, like with YouTube, it's not always easy to reach out, but you can write a kind note if they have a channel that continuously or occasionally will post something on YouTube. But if you know them by way of Instagram or some other format that's a social media, it's always nice to reach out to somebody and at least just check in and say hello. And also I would advise, I use the word advise, I would suggest is just, if you're feeling like crap, always reach out to somebody. I'm sure if I wanted to reach out to Iain, he might answer me back. But
of course I would, Louis. Absolutely. And that's in seriousness as well as banter. I'd always help if I can. That, mate.
Yeah. Queenie said there is a TED talk about it. The reason people live longer, family hugs, etc. I love TED talks, mate. I watch them all the time. Joan said, "Yeah, arms must be longer than she thought." Iain, Mr. Tickle. And Sharon wants to see your bum. She wants to see your tattoo. I mean, that's the same, isn't it?
Oh, sure. I forgot. What did I come on with half nude one day showing my tattoos?
No, it's just because Iain said that he was going to cover you. You said about him touching your bum, and he said he was covering your tattoo.
I do have a few tattoos, but nowhere near that space that I'm aware of.
Leanne, when we meet though, I'm having a hug. I don't care.
Aw.
She said that she's not a hugger, so I says when I meet her, I'm having a hug.
Who said that?
Leanne.
Oh yeah, Death by Glimpse. Yeah, Leanne. Yeah, she's a character. I think she plays the tough shell.
Yeah, she's got a very soft centre.
Most Irish do. I think she's from Ireland, right?
Yeah, she is.
Oh Lord, have mercy. Every one of the Irish that I've ever met, I ended up hugging, and they were like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" I love it. For fuck's sake.
I like hugs as well, Queenie, but you know when you meet someone new and then they just hug you for that little bit too long, there's a bit of that sometimes, like, you know what I mean? Like
the creepiness.
Yeah.
You're like,
yeah,
okay.
that is creepy.
Yeah. There's like a level of how long you hug for depending on who you're hugging, isn't it? It's like, you know.
I think that's why Iain has a bump on his head, because Sophie said, "All right, enough, buddy." Boom.
She can hit hard. You know, it can hit hard. Yeah. I don't know.
Sophie, so, where are you from?
Surrey.
You're from Surrey?
Yeah.
Are you in the UK?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, UK.
Yes.
Sorry.
I apologize. I mumble with the text.
I'm thinking of the accent. Did that come out like you? Surrey, not sorry.
Surrey.
Surrey. SURRY. Surrey.
Don't get me started on my GP.
You just don't see the need for people to touch you, right? No worries, Leanne. Yeah, a hug has to be sincere. I hear I don't know if anyone watches, well, you'll have seen him, but like Simon Cowell, you know, he goes in to hug someone and does that one arm thing and then he does that on the back of them. And I think that's just so weird. You know what I mean?
It's insincere, but
yeah, it's completely insincere.
It's like Iain said, depends how you're raised, I guess, or so, you know.
Yeah, but then just don't do the hug rather than do a weird hug.
Do you think his is because of he's a celebrity, Lainey?
I don't know.
Or you think he's just a hard ass?
Because like if you see some of the others when they do it, they all do it properly. Do you know what I mean? It's just him. He just does that sort of one outstretched arm, and then he just moves his hand. Like he doesn't even touch them. I don't think it's just.
I have noticed it, but yeah, he's been like missing in action on this telly show that he does.
Yeah, because he had an accident, didn't he?
And yeah, that's right. He has a back issue or something like that. But
yeah, I did.
Maybe that's why he didn't hug people, because they would squish him so much. He's so fragile. He's such a little flower. No, but
yeah,
he plays the role of a macho kind of guy. I don't know.
Leanne said he's afraid he'll catch poverty off someone.
Oh.
I like that. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Did you see what Sharon, is it MYS, Sharon Miss?
Sharon Mice.
Yeah, it's Mice. She said face hug. Ew. So wrong.
Fake hug, yeah.
I'm thinking of the movie Alien.
She said dirty like a weird uncle, she said.
Oh, creepy.
Chris, yes, the shed is now finished. I've yet to do a total sort of look at the shed, to be fair.
How long have you been in reselling? Do you go by LB? I'm sorry. I'm Louis, by the way.
I'm Bill.
Bill?
Yeah.
And you said how long have you been in reselling?
Me personally, it's just been just over a year full-time reselling. Prior to that, me and Lucy were reselling for over 10 years before that. So we made a jump of full-time reselling when I injured my shoulder to do it full-time. And that was probably about July last year we started full-time.
Quite an adjustment, no?
Oh yeah. From the money I was on doing building work to the money now is it's a bit of adjustment.
I think that's why Iain wears his helmet in his photo.
The money I get from the modelling work, substitutes the money that I get from, eBay, really. But yeah.
Does it feed your habits?
What was that, Louis? Sorry.
I'm just being a smart aleck. I said, does it feed your habits?
Not all of them, no. So just come and buy from the store, please. Come on.
Those hidden ones in the dark. Thank you, Lucy.
Sharon, if you built this shed, the one that I've just done, it would cost you about £5,000.
Wow. You made this from scratch?
Yeah. Yep.
Is it like a shed fetish going around or something?
Oh, I'd love a shed.
It didn't cost me. It did cost me £5,000, but you could see my hair. Look, I've got a lot less now.
You were talking only on your head, right?
Oh yeah.
Sophie, do you have a shed?
No.
Do you all have that saying that I've been hearing in the last? I don't know if it's commercials or what, but it's kind of I guess it's just a bit of a saying. Is a she shed is for,
like a man shed.
Exactly.
Shed. Yeah.
You've heard that, right?
They call it a man cave.
Man cave, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that one. I haven't heard the she shed thing.
Yeah, she sheds. Sounds like a bleeding head, doesn't it? She shed.
Yeah. Sounds like a sheep.
She shells. She shed.
I don't have a shed. Well,
I was just thinking that.
I have a brick coal shed thing that's built onto the side of the house. Well, not at the back of the house, but at the side. Back in the day when there used to be only coal fires and stuff.
I remember my gran and granddad had a toilet in their back garden.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember when there was toilets in my nana's back garden.
And then when my gran had one put in the house, my granddad was only allowed in the outside one.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you talking about the outhouses?
Yeah, the outhouses. Because he used to do. I can if I shut my eyes, I can see it. And the door didn't go all the way to the floor, and it didn't go all the way to the top of the door frame either. So you could see, this little radio on the floor playing the horse racing results. Pipe smoke coming out the top of the door. A little bottle of stout in the corner. And my granddad picking his horses, and then he'd pick his horses, finish his stout, and go off to the bookies and put his horses on. Okay, if I close my eyes, I can see it. It's funny.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
But my other granddad, which is my mum's dad, I'd have probably been about 18, 19 months when he died. I never saw the house really, and yet for years I could take you around the house in detail, even pictures on the wall, where furniture was, things on mirrors, things on fridges. Not they had fridges then, but things on appliances and stuff.
Yes.
And yet I'd only been about 18 months at oldest when I saw the house.
They just left things the way they were from the time he passed. It remained as such.
Well, no, the house was sold. I never saw the house after 18. After 18 months, I never saw the house because the house was sold, and that was that. But I can remember it like it was kind of like a rough memory. It was bizarre.
That's a very early memory. Wow. Okay, yeah. I understand.
Hi, Zoe.
Used to spook my mum out because I'd say certain things about things, in pictures around the house and the way certain things were and carpets and stuff. And yet, as I say,
it's interesting how memory works like that. It's so strong. I have the same with, and to this day, I probably can remember everything in detail. I probably should draw it, and it means nothing else to anybody. My sisters are just like, well, they had to sell the farm, but I grew up on this farm since I was pretty much little. There was a short period where my mom and dad lived in an apartment for a while, and then they moved back to this ranch where my mother grew up. And it was, where in California, there's a place they call Silicon Valley. It was where all the computers and things started up. The industry, if you will. Now it's spread all over the world, but that was where I grew up, and I remember seeing that city becoming so gentrified so quick in the 70s, and watching the farmland getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and like you said, Iain, there's all these exquisite details like you remember,
Chris Tyler said, "How do you keep a woman out of your shed? Put a mouse trap down, lol." What kind of women are you trying to catch with this mouse trap, Chris?
I think he's inferring that if there's a mouse in there, a woman isn't going to go in there. I think that's what he's getting at.
Oh, right. Is that what he's saying?
I think that's the way I perceive it. Anyway, I might be wrong.
I would still go in, but I would, like, if I saw it, then I'd just probably scream, and I was going to say run away, but I'm not running anywhere. But you know what I mean. Anyway.
Just out of curiosity, Sophie. I obviously don't want to give too much detail away, but are you far from Godalming?
No.
I'll explain this. Somebody I used to work with lives down that way. Well, his parents had a place there, huge place, and they became poorly, and he got a smaller place, still of a decent size. And we moved them in. It's lovely where they are. Very countryside. A little bit out in the sticks. And all fire, and that was a lovely house. To be honest, I've not been in touch for a while, to be honest. But yeah, I've been there. But nice part of the world.
I mean, there's not much around really. It's quite expensive to live here. It's like the second most expensive place, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's not too bad.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Yeah, carry on.
And I know what they got for the old place, and it was quite a huge farm with quite a lot of land. And they downsized to like a more, pardon the expression, normal house, but that was still something like 5 or 6 bedrooms, and there's still plenty of change left over, sort of thing.
It's crazy.
Funny old world, but nice part of the world.
Yeah.
Leanne said her great-grandparents had a tree growing through the roof of their cottage, and her great-granddad held his trousers up with a rope. When he died, he left 56 acres in his will but lived like a pauper.
Yeah, isn't that a lovely story?
Right.
Yeah.
That's such a beautiful image. I mean, so I know she's just writing it just as such, but it's like it's very poetic. I mean, at least for me to hear something like that, it would bring me back. I wish I could, say a detail like that about my grandfather, and and I never met him that I could recall. I mean, they say he was alive when I was born, but and then all I remember was just seeing all the leftovers of this gigantic ranch. He came from Europe, and he came here very poor, but he slowly somehow saved a lot of money. We lived near the Bay Area in California, which is close to San Francisco, but not that close. And to see what this simple farmer did, and just buying some property and quite a few acres. I mean, it was amazing. You can walk for, I mean, in circles for hours. It's like this. It was so huge. It was close to a creek, and it had acres and acres of walnuts, of trees. It was like living in a forest.
Yeah.
It was amazing to see it all torn down. I'm sorry?
I was about to say, Leanne also added they had no running water in the cottage. They caught rainwater in a milk urn, and they only died in the 80s.
Holy. But that's the way life was. So, I heard Sophie saying something like about the property when you and Iain, her and Iain were talking, but not much out there. But I think to me that was like the simplicity of the richness of it, and in terms of its not monetary value, but it's like its value that is like probably so much more. And that's probably why it sounded like it was a posh community. Is that right, Sophie?
It's mixed.
Yeah.
I mean, I do prefer countryside to city. I've never lived in the city, but the thought of it sort of isn't for me. I like the wildlife, and I remember when I was young, we used to go up to the cornfields. They grew, there was miles and miles and fields, and they grew corn, and we used to sort of make little dens in there, and it was just lovely, exploring, and seeing the wildlife and the natural growth rather than man-made buildings, etc. It's just amazing, and the air's so different.
On the ground and just not live where things are so. I know it's just to say things are so fast right now.
Yeah, definitely.
I love. Well, finish what you were saying. Just to being able to like build dens and cornfields and whatnot. I totally get what you're saying. I believe. I mean, I remember doing something like that in the mud, I call it the forest of walnut trees. And it's just
it's really good. And I mean, there was a field of horses that were sort of just left astray, and everyone would say, don't go in there, it's dangerous. And I had this connection, and I just did, and it was just so amazing. And there was sort of a stash of hay bales, which you probably wasn't meant to go into, but we sort of took a couple out and made a hay sofa out of, and we just watched the cows, and it's just amazing. And we used to sort of hide our food in there.
Things which, without one lack of a better example, but I think it speaks of today is with technology. Instead of you being a child on a cell phone out in the middle of the, being distracted in that way, you were distracted by Mother Nature and whatnot. And so I totally relate with what you're saying. It's like I remember having my feet in the mud for hours, in an irrigation ditch, and feeling the water just breeze by my knees or my calves, and watching, like you said, every other creature just walk by, and
it's beautiful.
It's to me, the first time I went to Ireland, and I remember in Italy too, I had a little bit of this sense, was because I was in the countryside a lot, was I fancy that I must have Druid blood or something, because I don't, like you said, I'd rather not be in the big city,
Yeah.
I remember as a child, and I know it's different times to now, but I remember as a child being kicked out early in the morning. You didn't come back until it went dark. You took a packed lunch with you, to survive during the day, and you only went back if you broke something, of somebody else's or your own. you know, and I soon,
Yeah.
well, that's something else I soon learned as well, because you go in and, you know, you tell your mum, you know, you've fallen out of a tree or you've fallen off something or whatever, and she'd make you better and give you a hug and, you know, or whatever, and, you know, make you feel a little bit better, and then she'd shout you as you're getting off the kitchen side, you know, to climb her up the tree in the first place, and then, you know, your dad would come home and then, you know, your mum would tell him what you'd done, and then you get a clout off your dad, and I started to think to myself, I'm not going to tell them what I do when I get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, you're bringing back memories. Again, I had a similar experience as such. You know, I had one where they didn't have to ask me too much to get out of the house, because as soon as the crack of dawn came, I'd put on my dirty clothes and go back out and wanted to explore. You know, and sometimes I had some family members nearby, like a cousin. Sometimes we would, you know, go get into trouble or something. But I remember the sound of my mom belting out my name. I mean, literally just. And, you know, and this is like, it'd be like screaming from blocks and blocks away, but you heard it, you know, it's like Mama Bear screaming, you know, get back here, it's time to eat lunch or something, you know. It's, you know, and you're running with a little bit of freedom that, I'm not to say that, like, I also lived in New York City for quite some time, and I remember thinking, how do these kids, generation after generation, live in such? And I was like, it's a concrete jungle. It's a little bit different, but they probably have wonderful child experiences too. You know, I don't know. I mean, like there's parks there and whatnot, but I don't see it the same as being out in the country, like Sophie's, you know, description. Lainey, did you grow up anywhere near the countryside, or did you live?
No, I live on the coast, beach. Yeah. So I grew up at the beach.
That's why you have such lovely photos.
Yeah.
No,
but, I mean, to be honest, I'm not far from, like, there's a place called Durham, which is near me, and there's like loads of countryside there, and sort of between us there is, but you know, mostly, you know, the beach was where I used to go, and since I've been doing like the videos and going down the river, and there's a lot of things have changed since I was there, you know, like from when I was a kid and stuff, like. And we see they redeveloped the whole marina. So there's buildings down there now. But, you know, things change, don't they?
Yeah, I stop being flabbergasted when I start seeing, you know, different places that I come back to. And you know, it could just be a matter of a few years, 10 years or whatnot. And it's, I don't know, you know, I don't know. You could be taken aback, or you could just kind of go, oh. Have you ever seen these films? There's 3 of them, and I believe it's. Am I thinking? Yeah, one's called Koyaanisqatsi, then there's Powasqatsi, and I can't remember the third one. And they're all 3 different films, like. And the intention of the person that created these films, and it's actually based with film footage. It's non-vocal; it's all music. And there's this beautiful composer by the name of Philip Glass. He's an American composer. But if you can go on YouTube and catch clips and go, what is this? If you can figure out by way of Wikipedia or somewhere, just figure out what it's a trinity of films. If you can watch them, the first one is like it's more like about creation, and you see growth and this and that, and you see things, you know, just slowly coming alive, you know, and it's a lot of this film footage quilted together. They're kind of, it's like a patchwork of collage of images, and it's just wonderful. And the composition of the music by this contemporary composer, just, you know, it's like soothingly kind of, you know, slow pace, and it's lovely sounds, and you see these images, and it goes on for over at least an hour, I think it is. And then
Michelle's just seen it.
Oh, did she see it? Yes. So anyway, the second one, you notice things start picking up pace. See, if you want to call it, for, you know, lack of a better word, a progression.
Yeah. In
society and nature and things. And then the last one is heart pumping. It's very. I don't want to use the word destructive in a cynical sense, let alone in a cliche sense either. But it's very. You know, it's almost like life, middle life, and death, you know, towards the ending. And it's really like, it's eye-opening, you know, especially the last one. It's like, oh wow, this is what we've become. You know? I was catching a little glimpse of last week, or you had, Lainey, that you had a panel of folks talking about film. It was exciting. What a wonderful discussion. Iain, weren't you there?
On Tuesday.
I was towards the end, Louis. I was towards the
I
end.
couldn't keep up with the chat that day.
I mean, there was some brilliant stuff being reviewed, and I mentioned a couple comments, but you guys were so enthralled. It was wonderful to see.
I really I watched it back just to read the chat, like, because I missed so much of it. Like, I watched parts of it back just to read what you were saying, because like I just couldn't keep up.
I don't know how you
I went
could.
off the screen for 40 minutes as well, but like
I think you should do a topic on that again, because there was this one lady. I think she was a producer. She was brilliant.
Lex.
Yeah.
Lex is fab.
Yeah. And then what's his name? Who loves Depeche Mode? Was that? Yeah.
Nick. Yeah.
So I'd love to be in a conversation with those two and you, and maybe Iain. You know, if he doesn't hug me so much, but no.
I know.
Movies are so compelling. It's like to relate to.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I've got to go. But it's been great talking to you all. I've really enjoyed it. And thank you very much, Lainey, for letting me come on.
Thanks for joining in, and you know, you're welcome back anytime.
Sophie, hope to hear you again.
Have a good rest of your evening.
Yes,
thank you very much. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Her voice sounds so young.
Yeah, she's 23, I think she said.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Susan says, Lex has given me a list of films to watch. Yeah.
Yeah. Is Lex the lady that you had on?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
What happened was, because I normally do my usual Tuesdays, like the Trivia Tuesday.
Yes.
And I had a really tough day, and like I was watching Carla, who was also on, but I think she'd gone by the time you came on. So I was watching Carla and Lex, and they were on another person's channel, Rummage Around, with another reseller called Ricky, and it was just so funny. And you know, when you just need something to help you chill, and like I just really needed something to help us chill, and so I thought, right, well, I'd scheduled my usual Tuesday, and they were saying, oh, send you the link and come on this, you know, because I was like, I want to stay here and not go and do my usual Tuesday. I said, and they were like, oh, send her the link. So they were going to send us the link for it to be on there. And I was like, oh, I can't, I've scheduled it already and there's people waiting, and I wouldn't do that kind of thing. I said, but you're quite welcome to come over and do me quiz kind of thing. So they all decided to come over. So when I went live, normally it's me, and I went live and there was like 5 of us. And I think my chat must have been like, what? So I didn't do my usual quiz, but we had...
Well, it's not the traditional quiz, but you guys were quizzing each other with knowledge, you know?
Yeah, and it was really cool, and we had a good laugh, and it was just what we needed. Hi, Mandy. So, yeah, it was just you know what I mean?
If I can be so bold as to say, I sensed something that day, like, yeah, I mean, just by viewing you for the short period I was able to stay, and I was like, something's going on, but, you know, who am I to say? You
know? So Susan was recommended to watch Fight Club by Lex, and she said she'd avoided it for years because she's not a fan of blood and violence, but it is so not about that. It's really clever, and she recommends it. So
yeah, who's Tim Burton's wife? The one that was in there?
Helena Bonham Carter.
Yeah, she's brilliant.
Helena Bonham Carter. Get it
right. Yeah.
What's that, Iain?
I said her as well. Yes, yeah.
So, what's your favorite? What's your favorite film, Bill? What kind of?
I like pretty much anything. I don't like girly romantic sort of rubbish.
But you'll watch it, right?
My favourite film of all time is The Matrix.
The Matrix. I think I've only watched one of them, and it was a long time ago. I need to redo them, if you know what I mean. I need to
Yeah. You see it with a different eye. That's what I do with films. Like I resist pop culture and trends. Like when things become so fashionable, I don't know what it is, but I walk away and I go, okay, I'll watch it. You know, but I'll wait 10 years sometimes, 5 or 10. You know, I'll wait 5 years down the line, influenced by critics or even friends, or just I don't know what it is. And maybe it's just the rebellious nature that I want to see it with a fresh perspective and an artistic eye, you know. And then also I want to see it in an esoteric way, where like, what is the deep root meaning of this film? You know, what's the intention behind it? And maybe see it with.
Can I just interrupt? Sorry to interrupt you, Louis. Lainey, I'm just going to make a rule.
No bother. I'm kind of like, sometimes I just need to zone out. So I just need something that you don't have to really think about. You can just switch it on. You know what I mean? And that kind of thing. And there's no like, you don't have to really intensely watch it to know everything.
Yeah. I adore films like that too. Yeah. But sometimes they're deep. They don't have to be overly filled with action and, you know. Go ahead, Phil.
Lucy, my partner, she's thing Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
I loved the way they put that franchise into a fun-filled kind of. I really don't mind watching them when I watch them. I think it's just that the last almost 10 years, I really slowed down watching films from like exactly 10 years ago, from going to the theater to maybe occasionally going to the theater and then trying to watch stuff at home. And now that I've become this, I want to say I'm between full-time and part-time. I'm really geared. I work like I'm full-time, and I don't even, my friends are like, well, don't you take downtime and watch a movie? I'm like, I don't even watch the tally anymore. You know, I'd rather do this, like, you know, sitting with you and just having a quiet conversation, you know, like with you and Iain and Bill, and just meet somebody new and fill my head with, you know, just some kind of social, you know, redemption, as opposed to, don't get me wrong, I fascinate and love the arts of film. You know, I'm an artist by nature because I have a master's in arts. And so, but time.
Patricia said, girly romance rubbish, exactly how her ex described it. Sophie said, Shawshank Redemption is her favourite film. It's definitely one of mine. It's up there, like.
Then she goes to Bring It On, right?
Yeah, that's Leanne. Yeah, she's like, loves like movies like Shawshank Redemption and Requiem for a Dream, to the Bring It On movies. Yeah, I kind of like them. I don't think I've seen Requiem for a Dream. I can't even say that. It's trying to trip us up.
I'm like you, Lainey, though. Sometimes I just don't want to be invested in the storyline so much. I just want to watch. You know, I think that's where I learned my love for movies. Don't have to be something mainstream, which sometimes, you know, involves, it has to be comedic, or like Phil was saying, the rom-com or you know, some action.
A lot of the comedy films, or what are classed as comedy films, I don't find funny.
Yeah, there's so many. We talked about that. Remember, there's so many spectrums of comedic.
I'm not much of, like, you know, I'm not very into slapstick kind of stuff, you know. Like my dad would watch like the Three Stooges or Norman Wisdom in Mr. Grimsdale or whatever it was called, and he'd absolutely howl, and you watch it 5 times, you know. Like the
but that for him, maybe of his time, was just his version of mind numbing, not having to overthink anything, and you know, for us, kind of go, oh fuck, you know.
Yeah.
Mr. Grimsdale!
Yeah, exactly. That's what I used to do. Apparently,
Phil?
John said Shawshank was a Stephen King short story.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Oh, speaking of Stephen King, I paid 25 cents, which is like, I don't know what pences are, you know, it's not very much, but I bought a bunch of them today at a garage sale. And then I come to look at it as after I paid for them, the paper was fine. It's kind of a little dirty and dusty and maybe stained. But I figured for that cheap price, I wouldn't have hearing feedback.
There's some feedback from somewhere.
Maybe Phil or Ian's computer's on, maybe, or temporarily was.
Well, Bill, Ian's muted, so he shouldn't be putting anything through. Sharon says she loves The Last Dragon, 1985. Is that Jackie Chan?
No, The Last Dragon. I think it's either an anime or a children's film. Am I wrong?
Right. See, I love EE stuff, but like, I can't think of that one.
I like the 80s stuff when I lived in the 80s.
If The Godfather is on TV, she'll get sucked in every time. That's something I haven't seen.
Yeah.
I haven't seen The Godfather. I think there's lots of films out there.
Have you?
I think.
Is he breaking up?
Yeah, I think Bill's breaking up.
His connection's a little choppy. I can't hear him.
Leanne said Zoolander is one of the funniest movies ever, and Anchorman. Yeah, I really like Zoolander. Anchorman, yeah, I thought it was funny in bits where he was making him. Is that the film where he was? No, it's not.
I don't like the gentleman that he's the lead comedian.
Yeah, Will
Ferrell or something.
Yeah, Will Ferrell. Well, Will Ferrell to me.
Well, to me, because I'm a Yank, and because the extension of those actors came from a telly show, called Saturday Night Live, and after a while, I mean, this is just my opinion and my perspective. I've watched him so early on, and I realized he's good at some of those type of roles, but then I realized he's pigeonholing himself into really playing the same ridiculous kind of. I don't know. And I mean, don't get me wrong. All my friends and even a lot of my family, they love Zoolander, and I refuse to watch that one. But I love Ben Stiller. I like Ben Stiller in a serious role.
It was good. Like it was. I really enjoyed it. Richard's just saying 21 and 22 Jump Street are funny. I really like 21 Jump Street, not so much the second.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite, and it's probably may not be controversial, it isn't to me, but is what I find really funny is White Chicks. I thought that was hilarious when it first.
I will say when it came out, I took offense because I thought, oh, that's reverse discrimination. But then, I go back years later.
See, I don't know. I just didn't look at it like in that way because what I mean. It's I suppose it's like the old.
Yes.
Stuff. I never viewed it in the way people did, but maybe that because I don't know. Maybe I didn't think of it like that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes just seeing it at a different time in life, it's like,
Yeah.
You see it
certain types of humor, Leanne. Yeah.
And also,
Phil's just saying his connection is dog crap tonight. Yeah. He just started breaking up and then disappeared.
It's true. You ever see films that you thought you loved so much, and then you go back and watch them and go, "Why did I like this?"
Yeah, I've done that. Some 80s stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah.
You are. Some of the 80s stuff from when I was a kid. That was like one of them. You know what I mean? So good night.
Maybe is that your son?
No. Yeah, he's going to bed.
Your hubby's going to bed?
My hubby? I don't have one.
Oh, I thought you were married.
No, that's my son.
That's the son that came on that day. He was giving you a hard time.
Yeah.
Oh, I love him.
That's the sober version.
It's the sober version. No. That's why he was whispering and tiptoeing.
Yeah, he's not really, he's not really quiet, but obviously he's off to bed. So yeah. Leanne saying White Chicks was making fun of those times where Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie ruled the world.
Yeah, she has a good point.
Brothers, a genius. Yeah. Yeah,
that's what I was going to say. Is a lot of those type of films. I mean, obviously, comedy speaks to society and where it stands at that current moment.
Yeah.
But through the voice of that comedic perspective, but not everybody sees it through that perspective, right?
Yeah. It's true.
Too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was trying to think of some other stuff that I laughed at when that I found funny. Is it She's the Man? She's the Man? Something like that. I think
it sounds familiar. So I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Mrs. Doubtfire. You know what I mean? It's just brilliant.
That's something I would, what's funny is it's kind of slapsticky in some ways, Miss Doubtfire, but what it is, it kind of goes behind what you and I and Iain one day, we had a conversation about comedians and whoever else was there. And you kind of put that aside when you realize there's an integrity behind the message being story, even though it's a little sappy and it's it's Hollywoodized, I call it, I like it sometimes when it's just darkened a little bit with more reality. But you get so fascinated to see, like, man, you put a leash on an actor like Robin Williams, and it's okay, but you let him go wild. It's like, because at the time nobody was doing that. There's always been actors that do drag in a comedic way. I mean, drag can be comedic, but him, he was like, like to do that too was like kind of frowned upon, like, oh gosh, another stupid film with a guy in a dress, But this was like, oh, how do you make this story come alive? He was trying to save his relationship with his children,
Yeah, it's amazing. I was just looking at me watch list because I haven't done it for a while, but I used to add things on IMDb because I always want to say it the wrong way around. I can't remember which is which. And then when I watch something, if I'll things that I want to see and then things that I've watched, and then I rate them. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Just for future kind of thing. Red was a good film, and I thought that was like action comedy, which I thought was really good.
Oh, I remember. Oh, yes. Okay. There was another one called The Color Red, which was a Polish film or something in Europe. But then there was like The Color Blue and The Color. Those were like some weird dark films that were kind of like had some artistic merit. But you're talking about with Helen Carter or no
Helen Mirren.
Helen Mirren, yeah, or Mirren? Yeah. Is it Mirren? I used to be in love with her.
Yeah, she's still really hot. Like, I mean, I'm not
for like 117 years old. She's
yeah.
I almost met her once, but I did meet Ian McKellen, who was doing a play on Broadway in New York at the time, and those two they do acting together sometimes in film too, but on Broadway they're such good friends.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a movie called The Thief, His Cook, or The Thief, His Wife, Her Cook, and His Lover, or something like that? It's one
about this thing rings a bell.
Oh man, that is, talk about a piece of art. It's crazy great. Look it up under her biography of film that she did and watch it. She's a bit young. She's at that testy 40-something-year-old, age, or 30, or maybe she may be in her 30s, but she was stunning. She's always, like you said, she's always stunning, but it was an interesting, compelling role. She, and it was filmed almost like it was a play, and the set is horizontal, so it keeps going left to right, and it's I'm not going to say anything, but it's got a brilliant ending. It's amazing. It's a bit naughty. I think Leanne would love it.
She did a film recently with
Hobbs and Shaw.
What's his name? trying to think. But
Night Life said something about Hobbs and Shaw, but you're talking about most recently?
Yeah, wait a minute, I'll just Google it because I know.
Where did Iain go? Are you there, Iain?
He went to make a drink or something, I think.
Flushed himself down the toilet.
Yeah, she did a film last year called The Good Liar.
Oh, yes. That's her serious roles, right?
Well, yeah, kind of. Anyway, it was like a drama thriller thing.
That's it. Yeah, I love drama.
And it had Ian McKellen in it as well. And I both of them as actors, actresses, whatever, amazing.
Oh, yeah.
But that film was just so.
Don't give it away.
I'm not going to give it away, but for me, it was so far-fetched that I didn't enjoy it. But yeah, I spoke to someone else who watched it, and they did. So I guess.
Oh, so it wasn't all there for you? It wasn't all there for you?
It just was. There was just too much.
Mm-hmm.
There was just too much story.
Yeah.
To be made.
I will say where you get that maybe speaks to what you said earlier. Like, do I have to get this involved or really?
Yeah.
You know? Although I don't mind.
No, I don't mind. Sometimes when like it makes sense. Do you know what I mean? But it was just like I just felt like.
Do you think it was a bit of abstractness from an artistic perspective?
Because there was too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. That's what I was as I was listening. She said, "I'm sorry to interrupt." Do you think there was like when I watch film, I totally understand. There's sometimes it just depends on the vision of the director, and I was listening to you last Tuesday. Everybody was talking about their favorite directors, and I didn't realize how many variations of directors I like because I can fall. I know when I'm watching that person's film portfolio.
Yeah.
If I'm watching their portfolio, I realize, there's a part of my genes inside me that can go, yeah, I'm not ready. I want to watch it, but I'm going to watch that next week. Meaning I better be in a frame of mind. Or it's one that I love so much that I don't give a crap what day and time. I'll sit and watch it because I know I'll come back and watch it like in a day or two again because their type of filmmaking is. It's not so much that it's like you have to be there, but it sounds like the one you were talking about. Sounds like it was just so abstract at times, or you have to think about it too much, maybe.
Yeah.
And please.
I was going to say I've never really paid attention to who the actual director is, and I know that sounds really bad in a sense, but I haven't, and I should probably look into that because like if there's a group of films that are all by the same one,
yes,
then obviously I could find more of that.
Exactly.
And enjoy
you follow the trajectory. I will say when I started loving film and not realizing it, I used to follow actors and watch almost everything they would do. Like Al Pacino, I didn't realize what a portfolio he had in the early 70s. I'm not talking about like his mafia films. Like he was a stud, and he was like a really smart actor. And there were complex films that were made before I was born almost. And it's like, oh, okay. But then, like you said, you can follow this director, you see things, the way they see things. And maybe, especially if you adored one film they did. There's one guy from Texas. Have you ever watched, it's called Badlands?
No.
It's one of those films that doesn't speak a lot. And it's like a lot of quiet in it. And at one point I remember I liked that. I just went, oh, good. There's not a lot of bullshit talk.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can communicate more visually, and you watch it. It's a wonderful film. I'm trying to remember his name. Is the Martin Sheen? The actor Martin Sheen?
Oh yeah.
And Sissy Spacek. She was such a baby. And go back and watch it. And if you watch how they film it, it's almost even my daughter, who I made watch when she was 16 or 17, she looked at me after the film was done, and she was very quiet. And I went, "What's the matter?" And she's like, "That film." It was 2 days later too. She's like, "That film is still in my head." And I said, there wasn't a lot of dialogue, was there? She's like, no, but it speaks volume. And I thought, for a young child to say that, you know what I mean?
Hey, Joan was saying that Helen Mirren played a detective, but you can't remember the name, and she played Jane someone or other. She was brilliant. It was on ITV. Go Prime Suspect. Hi, Ian.
Yeah, that's a BBC film, or isn't it?
It's a series. I had Jane Tennant. That's right.
She's good in it. It was wonderful.
You've seen it. It's brilliant.
Oh yeah, it's
Prime
lovely.
Suspect. I remember watching all of them. Brilliant.
Well, you know, you become mesmerized like Iain. You know, once he watches Helen Mirren, he jumps out the window.
Richard said that in The Thief there is a good twist though.
The one that I was mentioning, is that what you're talking
about? So.
Yes, that's what I meant by the ending. Yeah, who said that?
Richard. Nightlife.
Michelle Lathan, do you know her?
Yeah.
She mentioned Terrence Malick. That's the director of the film I was recommending to you, Lainey. And Iain, watch it if you haven't watched it. And if you have, watch it again. It's so surreal. That's all I will say about it, but in a really unique way. To me, it speaks about Americana.
Right.
It was based on a true story. But Terrence Malick, I think he's from Houston, Texas, and I didn't realize that for long. He made a wonderful film about almost 10 years ago. It's called The Tree of Life. Have you heard of that?
No.
It had Brad Pitt.
No.
Oh, I mean, it may. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb and just say, try to watch it, but don't go with expectations. And when you do watch it, be prepared to go, what the fuck is going on? You know, it's utterly surreal, and it's like little short stories, but it's not. It's very esoteric. That's all I'll say.
Mm. Richard also says that Bohemian Rhapsody and Rocket Man were both directed by Dexter Fletcher.
Oh, I didn't know he did both of those.
Apparently, I really enjoyed them, but I have to say, if I was to pick one slightly, it would have just gone. I would have gone Bohemian Rhapsody.
I agree with you,
but I really like them both. Zoe said, "What's one of the worst films everyone has watched?" I watched Zoe Patrick. Oh. I watched 40 minutes of Star Trek's. I think it was the one with Darth Maul. I've forgotten the full title of it.
You didn't like that one?
No.
Why?
I just thought it was chronic.
I'm going, Lainey.
Bye.
No, get the fuck out.
The thing was, is like during lockdown, I thought, I'll do the whole Star Trek thing because the newer stuff looks really cool. Not Star Trek, Star Wars. The newest stuff looks really cool, and like I'll have and I had loads of people saying how amazing like the newest stuff was, and I think it was earlier this year before the lockdown or late last year, I can't remember.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'll give it a watch, and then I started with that one, The Phantom Menace. That's what I started with, and honest to God, I thought it was the biggest load of crap ever.
No, you're right up there with my friends that but of course I think they may like it slightly different because of dislike it. Excuse me, I think they dislike it. But nonetheless, it's one of the most disliked of that franchise, and I came in with a kid's heart. You know, I knew it wasn't perfect, and it sure as hell wasn't like the first Star. Well, it's not the first Star Wars, but the first one they made.
Yeah.
But I hear you. There was parts of it. I just was so entwined with like, let's just try to understand the story. But it did reach out in a different way. It was complex in a way that I don't think it served itself well in terms of being able to be appreciated.
Can I go? And this might be controversial because there's members of my chat who love Matt Damon, and she's currently not here, but he did a recent one, I've forgotten its name as well, but it was absolute pants.
You there, Iain?
I am. Listening attentively.
He's eating.
Trying to think what it was called.
What are you eating, Ian? Well, she's thinking of this movie.
What I'm eating?
I thought you were eating something.
Yeah, just having some cereal.
It was called Downsizing.
The newest one that Matt Damon did?
The newest one of it that I watched.
I've become recently frustrated by
people and they make them into smaller communities or something. And honest to God, it was just chronic. I didn't watch it all. And sometimes, you know when you sometimes think, oh, watch a bit longer because something can start out slow, but then it's worth it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just honest, it was like, no.
I think I've heard you say it before, or somebody using it, but what is your version of what, when you say chronic, you mean like nothing great, right?
I mean, it's terrible. It was like chronic.
We don't use that as often, but I've heard it thrown around. Okay. That's what I thought you meant. I just wanted to follow you.
So what film would you say then that you thought was one of the worst that you've watched?
You first, Ian.
Oh, me first. Noah. I'm not a religious person, but Russell Crowe was leading part, and I can't think of her name now. Who that used to be Hermione? Emma Watson was in it, and I thought, this is going to be a good film. Looking forward to this. And it was just, it was so hard going. In fact, I don't think I made it all the way through the film. It was just chronic. Another one was Big. Wasn't a fan of Big. That was a bit rubbish. No, I didn't like Big. What else? I mean, going back to the Star Wars, Star Trek thing, I mean, I've never been a fan of either particularly. I probably watched a bit of Star Trek when Jean-Luc was in charge and all that. And then recently, I actually watched a series on Amazon Prime of Picard. But per se, I'm not really a sci-fi watcher as such.
How did you I remember. Did you watch it?
What, Picard? Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, I did it. I enjoyed Picard.
I was asking. I think I subscribe to CBS, and it's actually I have to cancel it today. The subscription, otherwise it's not free. And I started watching, and it's been over a week, and I need to either binge watch it tonight. Maybe that's what I'll do.
Right.
But I like that actor. Yeah.
Patrick Stewart. Yeah. He's been in a few things, hasn't he? But he just seems to play that part well.
I've seen him live once in theater. He was amazing.
Oh, right.
In New York. Yeah, he played it was just basically a one-man show. It was interesting.
During the virus, he's been doing I think it's like short stories and poems on Instagram, I think. I'm sure somebody will correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. Patrick Stewart has been doing short stories and poems on Instagram. Not every day, I don't think, but maybe once a week or something. Or I'm not quite sure what the pattern is. If you Google search it, you'll probably bring it up.
Okay. I would love that.
But yeah.
Do you think it's because I make dialing it up and still, just being accustomed to being a creative type and an actor, so he can express himself in a different various mediums such as Instagram.
I mean, one of the, my dad, who we joked about it for years after, took me to see Star Wars, and apparently I survived about a third of it and fell asleep. Whereas if you put me in front of something like, I don't know, MASH or something like that, I'd have probably watched it all the way through. Yeah, it's one of them. But yeah, going back to what people were saying earlier, love Shawshank. Well, I think most people know now. I like quite a lot of Robin Williams stuff. Dead Poets and Good Will Hunting and others. I'm trying to think of it. Is it Field of Dreams? Kevin Costner.
Mm-hmm.
He was baseball. The baseball.
Say again, one. Yeah, there's the baseball one with the guy. I can't think of his name.
James,
he's an actor that I've lost taste more and more. I watched him. I don't know what it is, and maybe I there's a part of me that wants to judge him. But go ahead, Lainey.
It's the only film I liked him in. Haven't said I've never seen Dances with Wolves.
That's the one. That's the only one I appreciate with him in, because maybe it was because it was his first one, but I also see him actually. I'm not saying he's not a good actor. I just don't. I see more of his personality come out in the later films, and in that one, it just seemed like, oh, he put himself into it. But maybe I think it was more that I like the story too. But
I did kind of like The Bodyguard, if I'm honest. To be fair.
Frank Farmer and Rachel Marin. And it's stupid the things you remember.
I've
seen over 100 times. So anyway,
Bad Wolf says one of the worst films she's ever seen was Blade Runner, and she will never see those 2 miserable hours again.
Last time, I think, didn't she?
I don't know.
I think last time I was here, because I mentioned Blade Runner, and I think it was her or somebody said, "Oh God, no, that's the worst 2 hours of my life." I like it because I like the author Philip K. Dick. He's I think one of the best science fiction writers out there.
I like the old Blade Runner. I'm sure I've seen that.
Yeah.
With because that would ring a bell with
Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford.
Rutger Hauer. How do you say his name?
Oh,
Rutger, is it or something?
Yeah, something like that.
He just died, I heard.
Yeah, I think he didn't. He did not that long ago, but I recall watching that, like not that long ago actually. Sorry, I recall seeing that, and then when this new one came out, I was going to rewatch that one, but I didn't.
A lot of people tore it apart, and I didn't mind it, but I also didn't see a need for it so much. You know, it was okay. I didn't think it was bastardizing the original too much, but I don't know. Some people were just really throwing dirt down in the ground and fussing about it. But I'm like, it's just a fucking film,
Sharon's calling, saying she doesn't like those fucking annoying Harry Potter films.
I need to go watch those. Everybody yells at me.
I do like it actually. I can't say I don't. I do.
I just never made time to do it. I was in a busy part of my life raising a child.
Neil said, "Did you watch the series Des, which was on ITV this week? David Tennant was very good in it." I haven't seen it, but my daughter has, and I know other people who haven't all said it was brilliant.
Yeah.
He played a psychopathic serial killer, doesn't he, in it? And apparently he's really good, based on a true story, isn't it? So, or is it? Tis what happened, I suppose.
Yeah.
Patricia had tickets to see Hamilton and Kinky Boots on Broadway in June, but then everything was closed and lockdown happened.
Read what Leanne wrote.
I'm probably miles away from the end of the chat.
Swear? I've been quite a bit. I need to watch my potty mouth.
I've seen Hamilton and Kinky Boots. I've seen Hamilton on Disney Plus recently, which I thought was brilliant, and I've seen the film Kinky Boots, which I also thought was brilliant.
Yeah.
But I'd love to go. That's one of my things. I'd love to go and see a show. I'd love to see Wicked. I just think it'd be amazing. But it's just, and I think there's possibility to go to the theatre here, because they do have disabled access, but you have to go in through the back. Yeah. So that's one of the things that once obviously the lockdown thing and all that.
And now, like with theater and stuff, I don't know there, how the building codes are, but most places, like you said, you can maybe go through the back, but there's like, they have an elevator depending and whatnot. You can go sit in the, what do you call that? At the top where my mind just brain farted. Help me out, Ian. Not
auditorium.
No, like the top where, you look to the left and to the right. There's those little private seats.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, but I can't think of it either.
The balcony.
Yeah, like the balcony thing.
Because they do that for people that are wheelchair bound or, or a disability or something. Or elders usually take advantage of it too, because they got it's like kind of a side entrance and you don't have to go with the crowds. And plus, when you get in there, the chairs are movable. So you can sit in a way that, you can at least enjoy it. I think you should try your best to go. Yeah, I went.
Yeah, well, I mean, I went to the pictures, the cinema. It's just pictures, but I went to the cinema and I've seen the newest Bad Boys film, which I was a bit worried that it would end up being crap. It wasn't crap. I mean, obviously you could tell it was, thing years later, but it wasn't as good as the first one. But then things rarely are there? The only thing with that is because you were so close, you were like this looking at the screen because it was like, right in front of you. You didn't have the option to sit further back because it would have took going upstairs. So there was like set out place where you had to be, and the screen was like this, like it felt like it was in my face, essentially. So yeah. Joan says that the worst film ever was Dune. Yeah.
Which version? There's the original with Patrick Stewart, and then there's they made one on a cable channel here called Sci-Fi Channel, and it was like a mini series. And then they're going to be making a new one. Did you hear about that? I hear silence.
No.
I haven't made personally. Louis, no.
I haven't seen. I don't think I've seen either.
The newest one has like this entourage of new actors that are from this generation. The newest, I'm like, I don't know, but it looks like it's trying to be serious. If I mention the young actor in there, he's British. I can't remember his name, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not following right now.
Dexter Fletcher. I'm trying to work out. So Susan's put Dexter Fletcher was cute in Bugsy Malone. Was he the guy from the Press Gang? I didn't realise he was making films. Yeah, it is. It is him. Honest to God, I didn't even realise he was. Was it the Press Gang with Nadia Suahala's sister, whose name I can't think of? I don't remember. Is it the Press Gang that I used to watch him in? Yeah, I'm sure it is. I can't think. So
that's how my head's been all day. I just can't think. I just get back on a sleeping pattern. It's like I woke up. Well, I was fine, but I had a migraine coming home, probably because I didn't really eat anything, and I went 5 hours of just picking and thrifting, and you kind of get in that mind. I was really I was on a hunt this morning, and I just remember coming home and oh crap, I took a shower and fell asleep. That's when I woke up and I saw Lainey's on.
Yeah, I'm here.
And there's Ian. I'll go ahead and help it.
Sharon said the new Ghostbusters was utter bollocks. I've never seen it.
I love that word. I remember the first time I heard it. I'm
bollocks.
like, what is
bollocks? It's a good word. It's probably my favorite.
Like, we never use it here. I mean, unless you're somebody who's clever enough that watches, good film and TV, be it, BBC stuff or whatever, but it'll slip through the cracks with, smart people here, if you will.
I sometimes think that, when they redo all these films, and I think, why? Like, if you can't, you're not going to top the last one, don't attempt to.
I used to be in that mode of like, what the hell are you doing? I just, and I get it. And what I do is I learn to accept. I'm not saying I agree and I won't watch
Yeah.
it.
I mean, I suppose.
Sometimes I won't even bother to watch it,
So
But
for
I go,
instance,
it's Hollywood. They're
yeah,
out to make a buck, and then
Jumanji.
that to me is a good fair warning because I go, I'm not spending my money on this.
Yeah. So for instance, Jumanji. Yeah. The original Jumanji was just epic. There's just no comparison, right?
Yeah.
And I get that they changed the storyline slightly because obviously they had so many different people going in, and they all became their what's it called, like profile picture thing. What do you call them? Avatar. I was trying to think what they called.
Oh yes.
So so like the concept was different, and I didn't mind it. I thought they were okay. But then if someone asked me to compare that to the Robin Williams version, then there's no comparison. That's hands down amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I have to live vicariously through my daughter. At least there was for a while, and she, one time we would just watch all our movies together.
Mm.
Now she wants to get as far away as she can from dad, or I get it. She's got other friends and stuff, and it's like, well, I don't like. That's probably when I started falling away from watching movies. It was sort of a thing we did together. Somebody mentioned Jodie Foster. I haven't seen her do a good film in a long time.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen anything for a while. Night's Life, who is Richard, said Human Centipede was the worst film I've ever seen. I have never seen that, but I believe I think I heard about it, and I know it's a horror, and so therefore I wouldn't watch it anyway.
Yeah, somebody was, when you guys were asking, like, what are the worst films you've ever watched? Who was it?
Yeah.
I can't remember who asked, but I can't think in terms of films, but I can think in terms of genres. I mean, you asked me the other day, I'll say, oh, that's the worst film. But I think for me, the horror type of films that they make now, they don't speak to like, and it's not that I like a horror, or it's not that I dislike a horror film, but I just don't find much merit in it. And to me, what I consider horror is more psychological, like watching Silence of the Lambs or something like that. To me, that was one of the deeply scariest, type of on-screen stories,
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think, Iain?
I like Silence of the Lambs. Although, to be fair, I like quite a lot of Anthony Hopkins stuff. Again, it's a very varied actor. I think.
Are you talking about what's his name?
Anthony Hopkins.
Oh yes, okay. I'm still used to everybody Anthony. It's like we have to screw it up and say Antha.
Oh yeah.
He came back with some stuff. Did you see what he was doing right at the beginning of coronavirus? He went on TikTok and he was having a ball. I was like, he goes, I know this is for kids, but he went off and did like this series of TikToks. And I'm not a TikTok person, but watching his TikTok.
Yeah, he did something about heavy metal because I remember messaging DBG about it. He did something about heavy metal. I can't quite remember off the top of my head what it was, but yeah.
Anthony Hopkins.
Anthony Hopkins, yes, of course. Sir Anthony now, I think. If I'm not
highlight comment, put Noah, so I'm guessing he's agreeing with you there that it's crap. Neil said Iain is the only person I have heard who didn't like Big. It's probably the same for me.
I just found it daft. Like,
yeah, that was the whole point of it, wasn't it?
I know, but I don't know.
What is it you're talking about, Iain?
So the film Big.
It's a film called Big.
Big, B-I-G.
Oh, with Tom Hanks.
With Tom Hanks, yeah.
Yeah, it was a little.
And I like Tom Hanks. I like a lot of Tom Hanks stuff.
I'm just glad he
one of my
that type of filmmaking, right? Is that you think that's some of it? Why you didn't care for it?
I don't know. It just didn't tick the boxes for me. I literally walked out of the cinema, just like
You think it could have also been your mood at that time of your stage of life? Because I remember not disliking it, but I remember going, "This is not great." But the director of that, I can't remember who it was, but I remember one day looking at some film and I went, "That's the guy that made Big." I can't remember who that was. Let me look it up. But tell me, why do you think you really walked out? You just didn't like the film, right?
It just didn't grab me. It just didn't. And it wasn't like after 10 minutes. It was after a good hour, and it was like, I was just like the paint dry. I don't know. I just didn't register with it at all. And I like Tom Hanks a lot. I like a lot of Tom Hanks stuff. One of my favorite.
After he did it, right? Because think about it, if you say you like it, is that the films that he did after it?
After and before, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't remember anything before that. Big seemed like it was one of his first ones. I don't remember much he did, other than like Joe versus the Volcano or something around that time. Because he finished doing a TV series. Do you remember his TV series that he did?
Oh,
he dressed up as a woman with his friend.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think with Tom Hanks, I mean, I'm sure he's always been a good actor, but I think it's his maturity of acting and his roles that were afforded to him really.
I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Iain.
No, I don't know. Lainey just saying she'll be back in a minute. Go on, mate. You're saying sorry.
No, we're boring the shit out of her. All right, it's me again. Let's take over. No.
Yeah, let's have a party. Yeah.
Oh, you know who did the movie?
Go ahead.
You know who directed? And the only reason I bring this up is because I think a lot of movies are best talked about if we give more credit to like the directors. I mean, the actors take always the shining spot. Everybody goes, "Oh, I love that," and I love that. Like for example, we were talking about, and Tom Hanks, but this is a Penny Marshall film. Do you know who Penny Marshall is?
Yeah.
And she's done much better films. This was, I think, her breaking role as a director. I want to say she may have done one more, but you know who her husband was, right? He was on a TV series called Archie Bunker. He was the meathead, the son-in-law. Have you ever seen that?
I don't think that's probably stretching it a bit far for me. I don't remember him. I remember her though. She
had a few films out there that they were okay. Oh, here it is. She made Jumping Jack Flash with just before directing Big. Jumping Jack Flash had Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
But she's the one. Her subsequent directing credits were Awakenings, and you've mentioned that film with Robin Williams and Robert De Niro. Didn't you mention that once before in our conversations?
Probably, yeah, probably. I like Robert De Niro, so
that's her film. She directed that.
Right.
And then she went on to a movie called League of Their Own, about women baseball players. I don't remember Renaissance Man, but then there's Preacher's Wife, Riding in Cars with Boys, Cinderella Man that had the Australian actor. I can't remember his name. She didn't do a very good amount. I don't think she's an incredible director. So maybe I would attribute it. Maybe the movie sucked for you. I don't know that she. It's not that she's a bad director, but like the looking at her body of work doesn't speak like. I don't like any of those movies, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, before Big, I'm just looking at a list here, and before Big, me, the films I probably would have watched would have been Splash, Bachelor Party, maybe.
And I look back at those at the time, and I'm not a big fan. Oh, you mean of Tom Hanks? Yeah.
Yeah. And yet, more of his. I mean, obviously, Saving Private Ryan. He did a film recently. and he was a captain. In fact, it might have even been called captain. He was captain of a ship that got taken on by terrorists, and he got taken into like a life.
That. It looked good, but that's about the time he did a lot of serious roles, correct? Like he was doing that, and the one about that went down in a plane.
Yeah. He did that one as well. Yeah.
Do you like the type of, not him, but just do you like those types of films that are based on true stories? I have a hard time sitting through movies like that sometimes.
Again, it depends. It depends the mood I'm in, really.
Sure.
I've just surprised myself and realised that Captain Phillips, is 2013, and I realised it was that long ago.
I know. Can you believe that?
Yeah. But yeah, Sully 2016 was the aircraft one. I've seen that, enjoyed that. But
Joan, yes, Madonna was in that film. Joan, she has the League of Their Own. Madonna was in it, and a couple other good actresses. Yeah. I speaking on directors, if I can just slightly turn the wheel a little bit, like I really wanted to ask, and like I can go on probably for another hour and talk about just directors, but like, give it a moment. I mean, think about it. I'm like, it's sometimes easy to jump on a name that we just recall, but like, if you have to dig deep, do you know any directors? Think about the films maybe in that respect, but what that you've watched a film, you went, oh, that guy directed it. Oh, that guy directed it. Oh, that, or she, is there any directors that stand out right now off the top of your head? I mean, you don't have to answer now. You can tell me another day, but.
The guy who directed, and his name's on the tip of my tongue, and it won't come to my mind. The guy directed Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels.
Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie. He's done a couple of films that I've liked. I don't like him as a person particularly, but
yes, but his film.
But insofar as what he does, fair play to him.
He's got a unique perspective.
Yeah. Who else? I mean, obviously, going back in the day, probably watching with my dad, really. Yeah, some of the Hitchcock stuff that, although dark,
you're making me fall in love with you again, because you're not just staying on a certain timeline. You're like going back. Because a lot of people, when I ask this question, I'm kind of sneaky about it. I want to see if they're thinking about directors from yesteryear. You know what I mean? Or even a new one. Because I think it's so broad to think about filmmaking. Because I'm trying to remember the lady that was on here. She was a producer, and and she it's just looking at the history of, I think her name was Lexi, and she I could see the way she was talking about it. And
Lex is actually in the chat now.
Oh, is she in the chat?
If you see Bad Biscuit
when Lainey comes back. Oh, somebody said Tarantino and stuff. I think go back to, so you were saying Hitchcock, right? It's in terms of a director.
Yeah. Because my dad was a big Hitchcock fan. My dad loved Hitchcock films.
Did you change your mind later, or you don't necessarily care for him?
I appreciated his craft. I appreciate what he did. I'm not saying I liked him as a person, but I appreciate what he did. I appreciated his talent.
Just not your cup of tea.
Not as a person necessarily, no.
Okay.
But I appreciated his craft and what he did, and he, yeah. But
I feel that same way about the guy that he first directed. He was always I think he had a couple films before that, but he became really famous when the movie Alien came out. The director of that film, the very first one. I'm trying to remember his name. And he went on to make other great films, but then he started doing mainstream stuff I didn't care too much for. One of his better films that I thought he made later in life, a contemporary film, was that one that had the Australian actor, and it was based on it was Gladiator. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm.
And the director of he's the one who did Alien, but he did a lot of other interesting films later on. But trying to remember. Say again.
Hello.
I said hello.
Laney. Lex is in the chat. I don't know whether she wants to come in or not, though.
Yeah, Ridley Scott.
Come on, Lex. Come talk film.
Come on, film.
See.
Come talk film.
She's gonna be like, oh no. I enjoyed listening to her and you guys talk last time. She reminds me a lot of my film friends that studied film.
She's very cool.
So, are you familiar with Ridley Scott films, you guys?
Yeah, didn't he do Black Hawk Down?
Yes, correct.
And then my mind's gone blank now of any film.
Gladiator. He did a wonderful job on Gladiator. To me, that was very not science fiction, but it was just very fantasy fiction.
Oh, she's off to bed in a sec. You should just go to bed later, man. Just come on, go to bed later.
Come on, Laney. You're doing it again.
She knows that she
Come on,
gets she'll start talking film. She'll never go to bed. Tell her she can fall asleep while we're talking.
Who Ridley Scott's from our way, is he?
I think he is.
I haven't seen The Martian. Is he?
No, he did not. No, Bad Wolf. He didn't do. I don't think. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did do Blade Runner.
Oh, you're tired. Bless you. Did you have a good night? I know you were going out. Oh yeah, he's from Shields. He's from Sue Shields.
I like his perspective, his vision as a director. There's an American director. A lot of people.
Thelma and Louise. I like Thelma and Louise.
Yeah.
See, he did the Aliens, and I've never watched Alien. I watched Gladiator, which is good. But I need to watch the Alien ones. Kingdom of Heaven, American Gangster, Robin Hood, Blade Runner 2040, Hannibal.
Yeah, The Martian was interesting. I like The Martian.
G.I. Jane, I like that. I watched that. Didn't like the 18 film version. Concussion's good with Will Smith.
I liked The Fly as a movie.
Oh, the 1980s remake?
Yeah.
My daughter, I recommended her to watch that. She came back to me and said, Dad, oh my God. And I thought, and I rewatched it since, and I thought, I remember I had that same feeling as her as a teenager watching it. Because his name Jeff Goldblum. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
That was an actor. He was just playing this overly glorified movie that was in the 50s, but making it speak to that time, I thought it was great.
I think it's hard to imagine anybody else in that part, really. I think because he plays it so well.
I tend to agree with you. Yeah. Because remember when he threw up, and then his saying, only he could say it like that. I think you're right.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, that was gross.
Yeah.
Wasn't that his saying?
What's his name? David.
Hi, Gary.
David Mamet?
No.
He's another director I like.
David Cronenberg. David Cronenberg, it was the director.
Oh, yes, David Cronenberg. Oh, yes, that's wow.
Because he did Dead Ringers and
Hi, Josh.
Spider, Nightbreed. Wasn't that keen on Nightbreed?
A lot of people don't talk about him, but he's so great. Yeah, he's a Canadian director. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a good vision.
Yeah.
Let me look up his films. I keep forgetting to. It's terrible because I should know a lot of his stuff, and it's like, and I just remember when I watch him. Yeah, did you say Scanners earlier?
Yeah, Scanners, Spider was one.
He did the
Nightbreed.
Zone.
Nightbreed was a bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nightbreed was a bit cheesy, I think.
I like
for me.
Videodrome. Do you remember Videodrome?
Yeah.
That was kind of, I don't know, something about it I liked. Something about it.
Mm.
Naked Lunch was his best film, I think. That was my favorite because I liked the book.
Right.
Christopher Nolan, Inception. Yeah, I agree on that. And Memento.
Memento.
In The Dark Knight. I prefer The Dark Knight to The Dark Knight Rises. I don't mind Batman Begins, but I wasn't like, I've never seen Interstellar, and I heard it was really bad. As was Batman and Superman, Batman versus Superman. But Dunkirk, it was kind of like it was good, but I don't know.
Too computery, too CGI for me.
For me.
Yeah.
Yeah, too CGI for me. And I think that for me, I know we've had this conversation lately. Dark Knight Rises. I'm a big Batman fan, and I like Dark Knight and I like Dark Knight Rises. But for me, Dark Knight Rises was too, particularly the football field that they went to in Rises. It was just too far-fetched and computer generated. I think that was the problem.
Yeah.
For me personally, I'm not saying
everybody made The Dark Knight. It was for him alone. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I don't know. Sometimes I go in between like how technology was being just constantly evolving. Like from like the first Batman franchise. Of course, it was what it was, and it's like before its time, it spoke differently than like anything they could do have done before, and nothing that they did before because they couldn't do it like that. So like it was trying to take seriously, but I think the acting is what really held it together. You can look at the cheesy effects and whatnot, but then again, I think wasn't it Tim Burton that did the first versions? Something I don't remember, but
yeah,
I thought that. And so speaking of directors, like that was his stamp, and so like that's Tim Burton, and that's what made it unique. Like when you saw this, by the time you saw the second one, and like here's these brilliant actors that what's his name who played the Penguin, and you still have that vision of Tim Burton in the background, kind of threading it all together. But I don't know, Christian Bale, I think he did I think he was probably one of the better or more brilliant Batmans. But as far as the movie goes, I just didn't like the way they put it together. The technology to me it was just too regurgitated. I don't know.
I mean, you think really there was a pretty good cast with Michael Caine, Morgan Freeman, Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman going on to do Darkest Hour. Darkest Hour itself was I really enjoyed Darkest Hour, but then again, I'm a bit of a Winston fan. But the film itself had some pretty big people in it. A lot of the Dark Knight had quite a few celebrities in it, really.
Mm-hmm. Gary Oldman is one of those under. I think he's an understated. I mean, I've seen so many brilliant films. Let me just say one or two that I remember. One was I think it was a French director that did with Jean Reno. Jean Reno, and it was that little girl that her got it somehow involved, and he. I don't like, to see somebody redundantly always playing villains, but it was about that time of his career where he played quite a few villains, but that one was like they let him off the leash, and I went, "Oh, this is a fucking villain," excuse my language. I'm like, This is Gary Oldman playing in a way that like is deceptively, maniacal, but it's like there was a lot of thought process behind it, and maybe at that time, maybe I'm remembering something I watched in post film, like you see the out credits or something. But I remember, I love watching these special uh, interview series that they have, like we have our PBS or something, and you'll watch actors sit down and talk to each other, and you really see what's going behind the mechanics of like how did you get to that point of becoming that character, because you can go from making a really shitty film to you'll watch it even though the film was poorly constructed or sewn together, but the actor really just is what enthralls you, and Gary is one of those guys, I think. Sorry, I kind of went on a little bit, didn't I?
No.
Apparently, Lego Batman is a close second. The best Batman.
I haven't seen The Darkest Hour yet. That's one I want to see. I can't believe that he's the one playing it.
It's for me, it's one of the best portrayals of Winston, out there, really. I think close to probably Robert Hardy. Really, he's probably one of the other ones that would come close for me. But yeah, it's a good film. It's worth a watch. We actually watched it last Christmas.
Okay.
We got the DVD and watched it last Christmas, and it's something I would rewatch again.
He's one of those actors that if I had to go look at his portfolio, I don't think I'd have enough time to watch them all for the rest of my life right now, because I've been like, everybody keeps coming. Oh, as soon as they mention him, like, I don't know what that movie. When did that come out? I mean, he is an actor's actor, I think, because I know he's a thespian in the sense that like he is first and foremost, he's a stage actor, and I've seen his stage acting like in clips, and I'm flabbergasted to see the brilliance of like what he puts forth, and then like I'll watch a movie once in a while. I'm like, oh my god, there he is. But wasn't he in, maybe I'm wrong, was he in TikTok Man or something? I can't remember what that movie is.
I don't know, to be honest.
TikTok Man or something like that?
No, I don't know.
Great actors in it.
Not one I'm familiar with, mate.
I don't remember. Oh, I'm trying to also look up his biography, and it's like I don't have all night.
Like I said, oh my God, Danny DeVito, I love your work. 10 points if you know what film that's a quote from.
Yes.
Mean Girls.
Danny DeVito is one of those underestimated actors too, I think, of his time, when he plays a serious role.
And then she also said, wait, Gary Oldman in Leon.
Yep, that's
Leon
the one. You guys call it Leon. We call it something else.
Is that the one where he's
an assassin, and there's a little girl with him.
And the girl,
Gary Oldman's not the assassin.
Ollie's trade or whatever, because did her family die or?
Yep.
Something like that. I must have seen it a while ago then, because
Have you seen that movie? What's the one about the punk rock? Sid and Nancy. Have you seen him in that?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you have to go back. Sid and Nancy is a great role he played. It was is it the guy from the Sex Pistols, or no? I can't remember who he's playing. I don't remember who he's playing. So many roles that he played.
Yeah.
Oh, Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. That's the one.
I haven't seen that. Need to see that.
He's good in it. He's really good. But I want to see The Darkest Hour. He was great in Dracula.
Yeah, Gary Oldman's sister is Leila Moss from EastEnders. Highlighted comments. Favorite movie of all time is Bend It Like Beckham.
In answer to Adam's question, no, I've only used it once.
Yeah, I agree with Neil on that. Like, you need to watch more movies if that's your favourite.
Yeah.
Hi, Fun Stuff 24. She said, I loved him as Sid Vicious and in Dracula. Gary Oldman is an amazing actor. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Todd, film. That's what I say.
Yeah, that. Before on this island, all that.
Hi, Adam.
That'd be starving. I'm the god by the British fleet. Every world with all its paramites. Set forth the liberation of the air.
I'll tell you another good movie that he was in that I don't know if he ever got an award for it. Maybe he did, but it was Immortal Beloved, where he played Beethoven.
No,
was that with the big dog?
I don't remember, but he plays Beethoven. It's just a crazy film, and like it's just his role in it was like deceiving because you're like, oh, that's Gary, but it's not because he plays that role so well. You're convinced he's that character.
Yeah. Good night,
like
Les.
JFK. JFK was like from 1991, and he plays Lee Harvey Oswald, like to a T. But I think what the thing about an actor like him, not to keep going on about Gary, is that he wants to work with a variety of directors, and he wants to play no matter what role it is. You can't stereotype Gary. I think that's what makes him so brilliant.
Yeah.
What movie do you think when you think Gary Oldman? I don't think of any particular type of role. I think he's just such a.
He's just so varied, isn't he?
Oh, it's brilliant. He does it like in a way that like you'll never pin me down. You'll never pigeonhole me.
Just as a point of reference, and apologies for kind of taking over, but Yorkshire Traders, it's in the chat there, is the channel that I was nudging you all towards earlier. If you want to go and have a sub, go and see Bob and the films that he does, or the videos that he does, I should say. Feel free to do so. Yes, I said big dog. I knew what I meant. Pick on me. She's a bloody Yorkshire. Yeah. Rude. Anyway, lady, back to you.
Is that homework for all of us, Lex? By the way, Fight Club Mean Girls, is it Emily? I don't know how you say that. I'm probably butchering it. Groundhog Day, Leon, Donnie Darko, Event Horizon, Paris. Pan's Labyrinth. I can't read either. I need my glasses on. Drive. That's your homework. I've seen Labyrinth. I've seen Leon, but I think it was a long time ago, and I don't know why I can't remember it properly. So I need to rewatch that. I think Groundhog Day. Yeah. Mean Girls. Yeah. But I need to watch the rest because I haven't seen them. Clint Eastwood is a fantastic director.
What do you think of his is it his son or nephew that's an actor now?
Don't know. I don't know what he's called.
Asshole.
It's called Asshole. That's a nice name. Asshole.
Sorry. Thought I'd dial it up. I just have to hear you laugh, lady.
No, Pans. I can't read, honestly.
I don't have my glasses on either. I don't
Not
know
the pair
why.
you on.
I went all day. I went to a
Okay, I'll note that
I
down.
couldn't see anything. Going out, and you're like, I look like a. Speaking of a-holes, every garage sale I went to, I was like squinting, and I'm like, what is that? What does that say? I can't. They're looking like, I'm sorry, I didn't bring my glasses. Oh Lord, yeah. Somebody mentioned. So yeah, you can go on and on about like it's an interesting, very thing that every time I've heard, not just the discussions like I've heard on your channel, Lainey, but most certainly on yours. But it's like we can talk about such a wide variance of actors, So I was like, I'm trying to like think of how to talk about film in a way where you just discuss one director. You can go off on actors. You can go off on the film. And then also you can go off on why do they choose these types of stories, And there's an American director. I'm trying to remember his name, and I really like him, and I think you guys would enjoy the films too because he's very bizarre. and he works with actors I know you all have watched over and over. There's actually two. I'm trying to remember. Let me look it up. I am.
Tell you what I watched recently. Well, I'm saying recently, within the last couple of years.
Yes.
I'm trying to think when it was. Was Hacksaw Ridge, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. And I just looked there, obviously I was thinking about not paying attention to the director, and it's Mel Gibson. And I was like,
yeah.
What was the film again?
Hacksaw Ridge.
Oh. It's not ringing my bell. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm just mortified at what Susan's just written. I think she should be banned for that comment.
2016.
What did she say? Who said what, Ian?
She said the Spice Girls movie was class.
Oh, what is her real name, Bad Wolf?
Susan.
Oh, Susan. I'm so terrible with names. Ian, what's your name?
What's my name? That's a complicated question like that at this time of night.
I'm just throwing you fastballs just to make you. What the hell is he talking about now? Lady,
I know you were Susan, don't worry.
Do I want,
I know
sorry?
Susan.
Ian, in your corner. Lady speaking.
Can you still have a tiff later, please?
I'll tell you what. He can rub some cream in his own tattoo next time. I'm telling you. Yeah.
I'm gonna rub some of that in my bum.
Yeah.
No, I was just asking, who's your favorite? Do you have any favorite directors that come off the top of your head?
That's what I mean. I'm like.
Well, just tell me films that you think like you can't live without, and I'll look up the director or something.
Wait, Shawshank.
Who did direct that? That blows me away too.
Hacksaw Ridge, which I just did look up, and obviously I was like, oh wow, didn't expect that.
That was Mel Gibson.
That was Mel Gibson, yeah.
Yeah, he's. I mean, yeah, he's only started directing what, like the last 20 years or so. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. The director was Frank Darabont. Is that how you say it? Darabont. I probably make everything sound weird, me. The story by Stephen King.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with him. Yeah, that was based on a Stephen King book, but I think it was under his alter ego name. Like Stephen King had, remember it was Richard Bachman. He did a series of books called by Richard Bachman because he didn't think he was a good writer or author when he was starting out, and he wanted to see if he was, just noticed because Stephen King wrote that. So he did. They made all the films out of his under Richard Bachman books, but people didn't know this Richard Bachman. I heard they were fairly successful at the time, like Running Man.
Yeah.
He wrote,
Night Yorkshire Traders. I think. Then I was just looking at a different one. So $1 Million Baby. I think that's a brilliant film. That's Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at them.
Oh, I was going to mention a movie called Broken Flowers, but I didn't realize there was about 10 different versions of that.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, and for those of you watching in BBC Scotland, it's midnight. My medication is slowly kicking in.
Okay.
So I'm going to bid you a fond farewell. Thank you for everybody in the chat. Thank you, Louis, for a good conversation, as per usual. And thank you, Fellaini, for allowing me to come in and wreck the place.
Anytime.
I'd give you a hug, but
Yeah.
Good
Wasn't what you said last. Wasn't what you said last night. Yeah. All right.
Get some rest.
Take care. Bye, everyone. Bye,
Apparently,
bye.
Frank Darabont, or whatever his name is, also did
Ciao, Bello.
Green Mile and Nightmare on Elm Street. Now, Green Mile is an amazing film. Nightmare on Elm Street, I have seen it, and like obviously, well, I've seen one of them back in the day. When you were a kid and you watch these things, it's probably the first thing I was scared of. He did King Kong as well, and The Fly too. I don't know if he did the first one, but Collateral.
Oh yes, I remember hearing about that.
But yeah, the Green Mile's like just an amazing film.
I got a question for you.
What?
Have you heard of a director by the name of Jim Jarmusch?
No.
Jim Jarmusch, he's a contemporary filmmaker, but I think if you give him a chance, that maybe depending on where you start with his films, Lainey, you may or may not like agree with it right away, but he's fascinating in his storytelling. Like I'll have to pick a good one for you to watch, like maybe something out of context, because if you watch his earlier films, they're hard to understand at first. His like style and his he's very funny, like but it also may translate different. I don't know, but he's really brilliant, and he works with like great actors. Like, do you like Bill Murray?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there's an array of good. And Tilda Swinton is one of my favorite British actresses, probably my favorite. Tilda, and he's worked with her, and here. Let me just tell you this: watch a movie called Broken Flowers from 2005, though. And that one has both Tilda and Bill Murray, but it has, oh my gosh, it has an entourage of just But this gentleman by the name of Jim Jarmusch, if you start watching his films, you're gonna fall in love. You're gonna like, he did this. He did one right after that called Coffee and Cigarettes, but long before that, he had some like very unique, strange films. I don't know if anybody in the chat watched.
I'd love to have a look. Neil says, have you heard of the director Shane Meadows? If not, check out some of his movies.
Shane Meadows?
Yeah.
Let me look up the films. Are you familiar, Lainey?
Sorry?
Are you familiar with Shane Meadows?
Not. I might see. I'm like I said, I'm not one of them people who thinks of the director when I watch a film.
Sure.
So it's probably a bad thing. Like I said, I need to look into it, and I'll probably realize that I like.
Well, I was telling Iain, earlier. I think you just started to come in. I don't know if you heard me say I just think there's not enough credit given to the directors at times. And that sometimes helps you tie into it. Anyway, I'll look it up and see if you know anything.
Hellraiser movie scared the hell out of me when I was younger. Is that him with the pins in his head?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the most I've seen of that is literally the cover.
I don't. Yeah, I tried to sit through it once, and it's spooky dark, like in a like a demented kind of way.
Yeah. Sean Meadows does the This Is England.
Oh, he's British.
Yeah, he does the This Is England films.
But I think he does series, right? They're like, I don't know if it's TV series but he does have some movies. There's something called A Room for Romeo Brass, but it's from like the 90s. Oh. Do you recognize?
No.
I'm not that familiar with them. I bookmarked them. I want to watch.
Night, Toby. Well, not night to you, it's day. Morning, Toby. To forget what part of the world they're in it. I'm just going to have a look at what else I've... Roadhouse. I love that film with Patrick Swayze.
Oh, yeah.
Who directed that? Let's have a look. Rowdy Harrington.
You really liked that film, huh? Roadhouse?
I liked it. Oh, it's a good film. So now I'm going to have a look, see what else he's done.
You're going to go down rabbit holes, right?
Yeah, that'll be what happens.
That's okay. That's fun of it, you know.
I don't know any of the other stuff he's done, so I'll have to watch something, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's done A Nightmare on Elm Street by the looks of it. Recall Man, Growing Pains, rings a bell. Neil said, start with Dead Men's Shoes when you watch Sean Meadows films.
I don't know when he said, oh, somebody's writing something. I got to read this. Go back. Who is Channel NEM? Have you heard the director, Shane Meadows? Oh, that's the one we were just talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm just catching up with the stream too.
Patricia, you like anything Patrick Swayze? Patrick Swayze.
Do you know what I liked with Patrick Swayze at the time? Of course, I was a young kid. I liked you know, him, and of course he played a very small role, but like I loved him early on when he was younger. But like, what was it called? I liked him in Red Dawn.
Don't think I've seen Red Dawn.
It's
I'm just looking at these. Dirty Dancing, yeah. Ghost, yeah. Point Break, I'm sure I have seen it, but it's probably a long time ago. The same with The Outsiders. Roadhouse, I love. Haven't seen Donnie Darko, which I need to watch.
Red Dawn is wonderful. Yeah.
Steel Dawn, Black Dog, Fatherhood. Haven't seen any of them. Keeping Mum. Three Wishes. I think I did see that. One of my favorite films of his is where he's in drag, which is To Wong Fu. Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar.
That was, I think, his most brilliant film ever.
That was brilliant. I love that film. If anyone hasn't seen it, it's Wesley Snipes as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and John Leguizamo. He's a great Puerto Rican comedian. He's
all right.
York.
Hot Flip Heidi, welcome. I haven't seen you before, and hello.
Oh, Hot Flip's in here.
Yeah, do you know her?
She's she's an American picker.
All right. Well, hi. Where were we? No, Susan saying, oh, Patrick Swayze. Yeah. Ghost is a fabulous rom-com. I don't know. I used to love martial art movies from the late 80s, early 90s, but watch some of them back and they're so bad, they're funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to remember the ones. Sorry?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just about to say, I used to remember the ones where, you know, the voice would come after, and so they would be like, and then I would go, he is not your friend. Like,
yeah. It wouldn't even match the lips, would it?
Yeah, and it never matched what they said at all.
I would love to see it through your eyes, because I'm wondering if they had actually like British translators over the voice, or did you get the Americanized version? It didn't matter. They're all in English, but you know. Oh, they're terrible.
I'm just gonna have a look in my. I tell you what, I watched recently that I thought was really good. Well, I'm saying recently; it's within the last couple of years. It was. Oh man. You know when you just think of something and now you can't remember.
True. I'm going on just a few hours of sleep. I probably should head off in a little while, but I just get a couple things done. But how late is it there? Is it midnight there too? Right?
Yeah, 12:15. Yeah.
You're not going to bed till 4, right?
We're not 4, but I might be a while yet.
You better go to bed early. You've been a bad girl.
Outside of Epping, Missouri. Have you seen that?
No.
3 billboards outside of Epping, Missouri. That was brilliant. It had what's his name? Woody
Harrelson?
Yeah, has him in it.
I like it.
Frances
McDormand?
Yeah.
She is amazing.
Yeah.
She's in Fargo, right?
Absolutely brilliant. It's a brilliant film.
Oh, yeah.
So I would I would recommend that.
Do you like musicals?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I do like musicals. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you did say you wanted to go see Wicked.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think of something more modern that I like. That I'll sit through a musical, but usually it's the older school ones. But I don't know. The newer ones don't always fancy me. It's like, I'll go if a family member wants to attend it.
Yeah.
Maybe because I'm a dude. I don't know.
Joan agrees it was an excellent film and it won a lot of awards. Patricia also likes 3 Billboards. Apparently Green Book was superb too. I haven't seen that. I'll have to note that. Yeah, I love musicals as well, Susan. Double Impact. Are we talking like old school Van Damme that, isn't it? Another one that I watched within the last couple of years was Baby Driver. Which,
I heard about that. Yeah.
That was really good. Definitely worth watching. Adam saw Wicked and he thought it was great. Yeah, I'd love to go and see that. There's like loads of them I'd love to go and see.
I don't think I'll ever step in a theater again.
Do you not?
I don't think I want to. After all this pandemic and stuff, I've become a germaphobe to some extent. Not necessarily. Yeah.
I think I would. I'm like, I think I'd still go. However, I just find it uncomfortable to watch, like I said, because I'm sort of, it's right in front of my face, so I'm better off just watching it here.
But it's still, the experience is different. I do respect that,
Yeah.
Gimbal said, "Oh, so no West Side Story for you then, Joan."
No.
Actually, I did. That's funny. That's actually one I don't mind because it took me a while, and I was pretty young too, and I'm like, a musical. But I don't know if it was a teacher at school or somebody got me to watch it, and and I slightly became familiar with a couple of the actors in the film. That was it made in the 60s or 50s? Anyway, but the composers who I fell in love with, Leonard Bernstein, did the composition for the music of that score. That was wonderful.
Another film I really liked was About Time. It was slow to start. It was a slow starter, but it was a really good film. Had Bill Nye in and Rachel McAdams, Margot Robbie, I think. Hi, Matt.
Oh, I did not see that. That came out about not quite 10 years ago, but I heard it was good.
Yeah, 2013. Sorry.
I like the guy in there. He played in Star Wars later on as a villain, I think.
Yeah.
Is he British? Yeah, I think he.
Yeah, he's British. Yeah.
Rachel McAdams.
Yeah. Rachel, I'm just looking through my list of stuff that I've watched.
But it wasn't just a romance alone. It was kind of a fantasy, right?
Yeah. He could redo over, so he could go back. He could sort of time travel a little bit, but only in a certain way.
Sounds a bit too kinky for me.
No, it's good. It's really good. I did I liked is it like Glass and Split? What was the other one? There was 3 of them.
Can't think.
The one with Bruce Willis. But I mean, I know he was in Glass, but he was in one on his own money.
Oh, yeah. M. Night Shyamalan. Speaking of directors, he's a great director.
That's why he was the only one who survived.
Yeah, so the first one was called, I can't remember now. Was it? Yeah, there was a 3-series part to that, right?
Because James McAvoy, who was in Split.
Yeah, he's a brilliant actor.
He's an amazing actor.
I think people underrate him, but he is. Yeah. So the first one was with
Unbreakable. Yeah, and he was the only one who survived a train crash. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's something more to it. Yeah, but I loved how they summed it up in the
that's the basis of it, isn't it?
Wasn't it great though that the director M. Night Shyamalan, he snuck in the second one with the gentleman we just spoke about, McAvoy. And you make no connection to the first, Unbreakable, or was it Unbreakable? And when you watch it, and in the very end, you're like, holy, and then you want to use a superlative, and it's great because by that point he was already filming the last one.
So he did The Sixth Sense, and I love The Sixth Sense.
He did The Sixth Sense, but he also did two other brilliant films that people often
haven't seen Signs or Lady in the Water.
Yep, Lady in the Water it's charming, but get ready to play with it in a fantastical way. It is slightly a bit of a thinker, but one of my favorite actors in that is I just had his name and I forgot it.
The Last Airbender. That's good.
I liked it. I liked Last Airbender. A lot of people didn't like that series, so they cut it off. Yeah, he was a creative producer or something like that.
I didn't like After Earth though.
What was it called?
After Earth.
Who did that? That's not Henry.
Yeah.
He did that?
It starred Will Smith and
Oh, he did have in his son, right?
Yeah, and his son. I didn't like that. I thought it was crap.
Yeah, at one point it was just an excuse to give his son a starring role or something. But I don't know. Yeah, I didn't think it was brilliant either. Poor M. Night. Yeah, I think he needs to go back to doing those kind of thought-provoking, creepy films. But he did one with Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
And nobody liked it, but I thought it was a great concept where the world was coming to an end.
I like the Expendables series. I like that. I didn't realize Sylvester Stallone actually directed them, but I did like that.
They're silly fun. It's like a last hurrah.
Yeah, because that kind of one of my favorite genres is action comedy. I love action comedy sort of. Probably why I like superhero stuff and.
No, I'm just saying when you put them all together, just
Yeah. Do you remember all the National Lampoon films? I used to love them when I was young.
I watched a few. I usually watch the ones with Chevy Chase in it.
Yeah, the Chevy Chase ones is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So they were okay, but after a while I realized.
But I think it's just because when you're young and that's what Well,
that's what they put in front of you. You have no choice. Yeah. Yeah. There's some things. I'm just trying to remember. Oh, I'll tell you what blew my mind as I say young. I was probably 13 or 14, and I was just starting in the high school era. Trying to finish out. Academia school, and I remember I was home alone one day or something. I don't know. I just was watching TV. There may have been somebody in the background, but I just remember getting so enthralled with this film called Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, and it was starring. You never seen that? Oh, who's in it? Is a very good British actor who's a musician. Let's see if the chat knows. I'm not going to say, but because of that, there was a Japanese actor in it, and ever since then, yes, there she said it. Michelle Lathan said it.
Oh, David Bowie.
And it made me, at a very young age, realize and feel emotion in a different kind of way. It was remarkable, and it had much to do with the soundtrack, which ironically, David Bowie really didn't have anything to do with the soundtrack, other than he sang in maybe one or two tracks. And I'm sorry, my phone just went off. And, and there was this Japanese actor who actually is a very big, he's the Clint Eastwood of Japan, so to speak.
Yeah.
But and it was just, I don't know, something about it. It was amazing. He plays this Australian prisoner of war. David Bowie does. But
all right.
It's not your typical war movie. but it's intriguing. Let's just say it's.
I'll have to give it a watch.
I don't know. It's a classic for me. Yeah, Michelle, she knows her films.
Yeah. She's got great knowledge, Michelle.
Do you know her from here?
Yeah, she plays in my quizzes and stuff. So, and she's good. She usually has the bad connection, unfortunately, because of the distance, I think. But sometimes she gets some.
Yeah. David Bowie had a pretty good portfolio at one time too, films.
Yeah. I only really thought of him as like music, really, because that's what you first thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's just all so different.
Mm-hmm.
But like a lot of the stuff that I love, like is the 80s.
Yeah.
I think because I grew up well and all of that. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. No. I'm the same way. But I've started to like let go a little bit of the 80s, and what I'll do is I'll let it come back to me, and when if it was a really good film and it stands out for me,
Yeah.
then I'll go, oh, something's telling me to revisit it, or having conversations like this with friends like you, just going, oh, I haven't seen that in years.
I remember watching is it Limitless? I was disappointed with that film. I was really looking forward to it coming out, but I was just disappointed with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle's saying the lag struggle is real. It is.
Oh, Limitless. Yeah, that's with Pretty Boy. That was 10 years ago. That's quite some time.
being away.
I've learned that those type of films, I'll only watch them when they come out for free later, because I often, like, unless there's some buzz around it, like, whoa, I just don't. I don't know. I just, unless I had time to kill, and I think maybe that's greatly due in part for that, Lainey, is like, I just don't have a lot of time anymore. Like, for me, this is a luxury to sit down and have a conversation, and it's like, I don't enjoy movies anymore because I just don't stop and take the time. It's not that I don't want to. I would love to. I really want to sit. I don't know. I think the last few years I became so intense with reselling. It's like I can't even relax, and that's the whole reason to watch a movie, is just kind of like you said,
to relax. Yeah.
Oh.
I've seen Labyrinth. I watched it recently. Actually, I rewatched it recently.
That's with David Bowie.
Yeah. That's I think. I mean, I know he's in that, but then I wouldn't have known of any other film. And then the only thing, obviously, the first thought is his music for me. But then that's just,
I bet you if we mention other movies, you'll go, oh yeah. But that is his like kind of standout role. But he's played a lot of. But then he plays these odd roles too.
No, it was wasn't Will Smith. It was oh man,
sorry.
What's his name? He was in A Star Is Born.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen David Bowie's very first film? I think it was. I want to say it was
Cooper. Yes, Bradley Cooper.
Oh,
sorry,
yeah,
have I seen whose first film?
I apologize. No, it was David Bowie's. Yeah, it was called The Man Who Fell to Earth.
Oh, I know that film title.
Yeah, it came out like in '76 though. Like,
I'm gonna Google.
Like, he was in Last Temptation of Christ for a very small role, but his like starring role was Susan. Do you know Susan Sarandon, right?
Yeah.
Watch The Hunger. That's an '80s film with him, and it's so good, so good. He plays I think he or somebody plays a vampire, but it's not your typical vampire film. It's very dark. He was in one of the Twin Peaks, I think.
Labyrinth, Man Who Fell to Earth, The Prestige. Haven't seen that. I think that was on Lex's list, wasn't it? Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, The Hunger, The Last Temptation, Twin Peaks.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen Twin Peaks a long time ago.
like he plays little roles and things like that.
Just
you know
a gigolo. Arthur and the Invisibles. Ziggy Stardust.
Cat People was a good one that he was in.
I'll have to have a look.
That's from the 80s as well. It just seems like the other day he passed away.
The Lovers on the Bridge. I'll have to have a look.
The Lovers on the Bridge. Did you just say that?
Have you seen David Bowie's widow? She looks 30 and she's in her 60s.
Yeah,
No.
she's amazing. Did you just mention Lovers on the Bridge, Lainey?
Yeah, in the film list, yeah.
Yeah, that's Juliette Binoche. She's the French actress.
All right.
And Denis Lavant, I think is in it. It looks like that's like a romance type of film. It looks good.
There's so much stuff. I've got I've got a list on here on my phone with stuff in that I keep adding to, and then I keep forgetting. Well, not forgetting to watch. It's just
well, you don't have time.
YouTube has took over so much. But a couple of weeks ago, I watched the Batman films, and then I watched what was it called?
I can't tell you.
Trying to think what it was called. The Joker, actually. I watched that. Okay. But I watched The Joker too near to The Dark Knight Rises, and it just spoiled it, really. Lainey, Google Iman. Yeah, she was a model. I remember that, Susan. She found the fountain of youth. Just looking. Really? She's 60? Wow.
Yeah, she's at least 60 now. But I think he was a little bit older than her.
Yeah. That's mad.
What are you going to do for the rest of the night, Lainey?
Just
watch a movie.
It's like half 12 now, so
Yeah.
Don't know.
I mean, do you do anything to wind down?
No, normally if I've been on here and I've been on till really late, I literally just switch everything off and go to sleep.
Yeah. I've been kind of getting that habit, but I want to get back to where like about an hour before I go to bed, I need to start unplugging. I think my brain is just,
I've got like a ton of books to read. I mean, obviously things have been difficult recently anyway.
Sure.
But like I've bought books and stuff, and I bought a couple of like true sort of true stories about like what happened to people in the war and things like that, and I thought that I would find like them interesting and whatever, and I've started to read it and put it down like last week, and I still haven't picked it back up. It just the days have sort of gone by, and
but you have to schedule that time. So, and maybe that's a good excuse to unplug at least, I would say an hour and a half. So that way, if you kind of like go over and at least you have an hour to read before you go to bed. And if you fall asleep, that's good because your body needs it. You know what I mean?
Highlighted comment said Somalian women are beautiful. All women are beautiful.
There you go. That's the answer.
Yes.
All of them.
Exactly. All of us.
All of them. All of them. All of them.
All of us. But yeah, they've got really good skin though, and obviously,
She does, man. She's amazing.
She does, yeah. But yeah, I did that video. I don't know if you've seen it. That I did a premiere, which I haven't done, which is before, where air your video and people can watch at the same time as you, which is a bit weird. But it was pretty cool in another sense, in the sense of like, as soon as it ended, I already had 54 views. You know what I mean? Which usually takes a couple of hours for that to happen. So
it's amazing.
So that's really cool. And I thought to myself, do you know what? I'm planning on doing a few more trips, and I just thought, well, it would be good to like do it again and like at different parts. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, reading before bed is a good thing, Sharon. I agree. Lainey, have you read any of the Shipyard Girls books based around Sunderland? I haven't, but actually have some. But I don't think I have them in order, so I was going to wait until I got, because I wanted to read it in order. You know what I mean? Susan said, I enjoyed the premiere, Lainey. Nice to chat along with the video. Yeah, it was cool, but it was kind of weird. And then I thought to myself, I didn't mind because I wasn't in it loads. Like, I think it would have been weirder if I was in it loads. But because I was shown around everywhere, I didn't feel as uncomfortable, I think. Whereas, like, if I was on the screen the whole time, I'd have started to pick at things, you know, like I'd have started going, oh, look at that, oh, your hair looks odd, oh, you did a funny face there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was good that I could only I only had little bits of it, so I was like at the beginning and at the end kind of thing. And I'm thinking I'm going to do that again. My aim is to go and see the sunrise at some point. And I think I would do that. I would video it and get, you know, get there because it looks good if you're speeding to get there. And then obviously when the sun came up, I'd take proper footage and then add that all in and make it. And then again, going into town and things and just different places where I can get to, and then do them as premieres. And it's good for me, like, to look back, because it's like you've gone all over here and done this, you know what I mean? The premiere was a great idea, Lenny. Oh, thanks, John. I just seen other people do them and thought, I might try this, you know what I mean? But
it's fun because you can interact with people in a way that they
yeah, Patricia's saying, except for the speeding downhill, it's because she had to close her eyes for that. Yeah, I was doing all this speeding. It looked funny though, because I was like on speed, and then people were jogging past us really fast. And I
love that. So, did you use a GoPro?
No, I used I just used my phone. I used my phone to video the bits I knew I was going to fast speed, and then I used I used this to video like any bits like that were worth looking at. You know what I mean? Like where I stop still and. Yeah.
I'm so bad at editing. I need to get into it. And actually, I should probably go in my back room soon. I don't have but a few hours before I'm probably going to go to bed early tonight. But my back room is such a disaster. If I don't fix it, I won't have a place to put my computer and start doing better videos, you know, because I'm doing lives right now. And I don't want to just do lives, but I love it.
Well, I like doing the lives because I don't have to edit, which is great.
Well, that's that's what I mean. Like, I love it.
So much easier. Plus, I love the interaction as well, because obviously you get the feedback. I do feel guilty when I can't keep up with the chat, though. That is a massive thing.
Yeah, that's part of a thing I would be concerned with. But also, they don't give you a lot of view hours, it turns out. Like, after that, people, like, if you do a 2 or 3 hour, a 5 hour, people are not going to watch the whole thing over. So your watch hours are going to be, you know what I mean?
I've had people messages and say that they put us on while they were doing ironing, or they were doing a certain, you know what I mean, and they've watched it back from the day before and whatever.
I'm not saying they won't, but
but I know what you mean.
In general, those are the people that know you and love you and watch you. I mean, your friends.
I've been trying to think of new videos to do. And I was talking to Bad Wolf earlier, and I was Susan, that I'm going to do. I did a thing a while ago called the Positivity Plan, and
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it was something that I put together with bits of things that I'd learned over like the few years, and then, you know, and made it into a way of like helping people, or at least that was the aim. So, and all you need is a notebook, pen, some slips of paper, and something you can close. Like it can be a box, it can be a envelope, it can be a jar. You know what I mean? And that's literally all you need. And then it's about sort of like trying to change your viewpoint to make you look at things positively first.
I think that's wonderful. You should do it because it's not that it's necessarily different from anybody else is doing, but you can have your perspective and your take on it. But and it's like, the fact is that you just do it because you want to transform. You know, you want to see things in a new way. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's just having all this thing that you have, like all this positivity in this book that belongs to you, that is your that is for, you know what I mean, that is all of you positive. So if you were feeling like you were struggling, you've got this whole book of positivity that is just great things that are part of your life and whatever.
Because that's what I was going to say, is like maybe another reason to, and I'm going to carefully use this word, force yourself to like shut down an hour before you go to bed. Well, you have to be serious about that and say, okay, tonight I know, I generally go to bed by 1 or 2. Well, be sincere with yourself. Shut down, because sometimes that book you read might lead into what you write into your journal. Like you'll read an amazing story about a lady that had a lust for life, that she kept positive the whole time, and probably because of gratitude. And gratitude is the one thing that can center and evolve around why you are, doing this book about positivity. We all have this warmth in our heart that, keeps us from not just living life, but, in a sense that we're just existing, but we want to live life so we can be
existing at one point, like just that was it. Susan said,
you don't want to do that.
The injection, I was born pessimistic, and I kind of feel the same way. Like that's how I was before, but like so I know it's possible to change that mindset. You know what I mean? I know it is, because mine has changed, and
and part of writing a positivity journal, or whatever you want to call it, just keeping a journal of your ideas behind that. Like it could be inspiration for something you read. It could be something that you did in a live chat, like, Joan said this today, or whatever, and you could say, oh, they recommended this movie and I ended up watching it and this is what I gained from it, and it could be a positive reference, but it also could just be even talking about your understanding of why. Let's say like Bad Wolf, she says, I need a positivity injection. I was born pessimistic. No, I think it's nature versus nurture. It's like if we were raised in a way where like, oh, I get that from my mom. It's okay to talk about it. It may be very painful, but it's also, it's a freedom because you're relinquishing that aspect which you have identified with so long, which is not true, because that's not who you really are.
Yeah.
I think you get it.
I remember, I think well, not that it was funny, but I've been like trying to sort of use this sort of look for the positive. And I do kind of think there is a positive. There's always a positive, like somewhere, and you might not see it right at the minute, like when things are happening, but I tend to think that even if you do in the future, you know what I mean? And I remember like I was having some issues with my legs, and my legs are bad anyway, right? And there was some really bad discoloration on my leg.
Yeah.
When your anxiety sort of goes off on one and you start to panic. And initially I did this panic thinking, because I was thinking the only time I've ever, where your skin goes black or discolors like that is obviously for bruising. And if you haven't bruised anything, then I'm like, well, it must be dying. Like my skin's dying, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, they came over and they came out and checked it and everything, and it was fine. And I remember when I was waiting for them to come, and I was like sitting there like trying to calm me breathing down and go like not panic, and I was like, right, look for a positive. And then because I'd got to the point where I was like, I'm going to lose my legs, I was get like, I'd panicked myself that much. And then I was get like, look for a positive, and I was get like, well, if you do lose your leg, that's a lot of weight lost in one go, which is good. And I was like, and then
isn't that funny how that works?
Yeah, but like I was get like, I just laughed at myself from that point on. I was like, that's a positive. It's a positive.
Because, like you said,
Nice,
there's this. It's like you realize what aspect of your mind is. I don't know. It's almost like a lie to yourself, you know. But it's so absurd that you have to laugh at it because you know you don't want to lose your leg, but you're laughing at it because of your excuse, the excuse, you know.
Yeah, because like, and like I said,
that's a good observation. See, that's what you should be writing about. And that's a positive thing to do. Is you know, it's great. I love what Bad Wolf said. She's like, I love your attitude, Lainey.
Oh, bless her. Thank you. But that's the thing. It's like I try now to do that with everything. So if things come up, I'm like, right, you know what I mean. Sometimes you need. Sometimes it's overwhelming. That's true, and it has been for me. It was the other day. Like Tuesday.
Why don't you do a little like a 10-15 minute talk just strictly on that, like as a kind of a pick one day out of the week where you check in, and you know, and you may not be at your best, but also sometimes doing the video will take you out of ruts or something. But also you can be just like a great documentation where it builds your confidence and strength and stamina of the mind. You know, like where you're like, yeah, you know, this is all bullshit, but I can't do anything about it, so I'm gonna, you know, achieve.
That's part of what the positivity plan is. It's like the part of it is that you write down all the stuff that's going on in your head, whether it be something that's serious or just something that you think that you don't even, no one ever has to see it, that you might not even speak out loud to anyone else. You put all this into this jar in little notes.
See, and you're a person that gets probably stuck in a house for long periods of time, you know, before you get out.
Totally.
So you're in your head a lot. So you observe. You're clearly a contemplator. That's what I think. I admire one quality about you is like you have this ability to do that.
I've always had a massive interest in psychology and the way like people think and stuff like that. But I've always also wanted to help people. So if ever anyone felt like there's a need in us to make people feel better. So and even before when I didn't ever feel good about myself or life in general, I still had this need to make other people feel better. You know what I mean?
And that's not denying your true personality as a caring and loving person, because you do care. But I think deep rootedly we have to admit, and it can come off as selfish, but I don't think it is that the only way you can help yourself is by helping others. It's of service. It's, you know, and it's a spiritual tradition of all traditions all over the world, is in order to really come out of yourself and out of your head and out of your ego and out of your bad personality, if you will. And I don't think there's a bad personality. I think it's just personality that's just, you know, is self-centered or narcissistic. Well, in order to get out of that, you have to be of service to somebody else. Otherwise, what good are we doing in this earth, you know? And I think that's beautiful that you recognize that, you know, because what good does it matter anyway if you haven't done the least good for anybody else, you know? And
I spent so many years actually hating who I was. I absolutely hated the way I looked. I hated who I was as a person, and I combined them both. I thought I was some sort of disgusting person, and I used to think that I must be really horrible as a person as well as the way I looked because of all of that.
Those are such lies to the self.
Oh, it was horrific, and like no one could be more horrific to me than me. Like no one. And I mean, I totally see things differently now. It's like you know, I have my faults, right? Like everybody has their faults, right? But there's like loads of points of me that I really realize now that, you know, like I remember getting upset once in the hospital, like talking to my auntie, and I was like, she was like, oh, you're so brave and you're this, that and the other, and then I was like, I realized that I actually I care about myself, and I kind of deserve to be, you know, I deserved to make myself feel better. Do you know what I mean? And I can actually hand on heart saying that I love myself now, which is, and I don't mean that in a kind of like
no, and not in a narcissistic way, but like in a way.
It's
not like, we call that in psychology like self-love is like selfish. You mean it like where you're able to have that. It's I understand. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I can say I can point out like my flaws, but then at the same time, those flaws make me part of me, a part of me as well, and they're not like
there's a self-love, which to me is a negative. And then there's the love of self. You know, like you can learn
like,
you can learn to have the love of self.
And that's kind of, I've got all sorts of, I mean, it also, like, I would never have done that video about my legs.
Yeah.
Without being able to know and feel comfortable within myself.
We have to confront our dragons at one point.
Oh God, yeah. I've had, I've facing like doing tiny bits of things that make like scare you a little bit. It gives you this like massive confidence boost that allows you to find out that things that used to scare you before don't scare me now, if that makes sense, because like I've faced bigger things.
Because when you self-sabotage as such, you're the one thing you can't do is to realize you're redeeming and beautiful qualities that you do have, because I'll openly admit here in this live is like, we all have, but me personally, I can only speak for myself. There's always this issue with confidence.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not good enough about this, or that's, I'm not of quality for that. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean? It's like, well, of course you are. It's like you are, but maybe not to that person's value system, but that doesn't mean their value system's worth, anything squat. But because it's really about, like you said, it's like, how do you value, the love of yourself, between self-love, and it's like, because your value, is really about your essence. It's not about your personality, which I think personality, we need to know who that character is. And like, as long as it's not narcissistic, it's just like, it's really like, where am I going with this? Like, because you're still that little Lainey when you remember when you were a kid, and you were so pure, and there was nothing you can do or say that really is, offensive to anybody,
Yeah.
And and you're still that true essence that was, before it was tainted by our parents and people that we went to school with and teachers and, in life that sabotages that process.
I think listening to your voice cracking while you're talking is making me chuckle. Aw. Sorry. As Joan put up there, she said, you've got so much on your plate at the moment, Lenny, too busy to give yourself time.
Yep. You're right. Yeah.
Like this past few months has been the hardest of my life, but I really don't know how. Like I keep, you know what I mean? Like just keep going, because you've got to, haven't you? One, and like I think Sharon just talked about how frail her mum was, and then I totally say that with mine. My dad, especially right now. He isn't on there.
The main thing is don't let yourself beat yourself up. Like that. Those few things you mentioned. It's like God only knows how much more you're dealing with.
Even though, like, obviously that's so sad and everything. I keep having to think of the fact that I'm 45-year-old, and both of my parents are still here right now. And how lucky am I for that? Like,
it's the gratitude I'm talking about. Yeah.
Like the amount of people who don't have that, children who lose their parents. You know what I mean? Like, in as much as like my mum's dementia is a horrific thing.
Yeah.
Like when you get those glimpses of her, sometimes it's like today she asked me about 30 times how many times I'd what I'd had for me tea and stuff like that, and then she said something about when us were young, and it just, that second switch of her being there, you know what I mean? It was It's really amazing.
Mm.
And then on the other hand, we've got my dad, who is currently in he's not in hospital, he's not in a care home, he's like in a place that's in between.
Like a transition.
Where like they're trying to sort things for him. But he's given up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's
How old is he?
He's 85. He's 85. He's
well, think about it from his perspective too, like all this transition.
He's lost over a stone in the past month. He told me on the phone yesterday that he was going to go to heaven soon. It's really hard to hear, but it's like, I said to him that, oh, you can't go yet. We've got to wait till this is over and I can give you a hug and stuff, because I haven't seen him since before the lockdown, you know.
Yeah.
But I think
those things are disturbing, though. You know.
Yeah. Like, I want him to be happy, and I know he's not, because he's lost his sight. His hearing's practically gone.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot. You know, he's frail. He's very frail now. His mobility and things like that, and he said he feels sick when he eats anything, and you know.
Wow.
He had a do not resuscitate thing. What's it called? I can't remember the name, but
well, just what you said.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
And like I said before, over the last 8 weeks, it's been mad, because he's been in the hospital 8 times. My mum's been in. She was diagnosed with COPD. My nephew's been diagnosed with. He went in and was diagnosed with epilepsy. My brother got cellulitis and went in, came back out. My auntie went in, didn't come back out, and that's all been in 8 weeks. Like, it's mad. But then I keep saying, you know, I just keep trying to look for the positives. And like I was saying to my sister about my dad, and I was like, do you think he's wanting us to tell him it's okay? And you know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, how can you say that? Like,
yeah, that's probably one of the hardest aspects of what
that you don't want to be selfish, but then you do at the same time.
Well, go back to what you were saying, Lainey. It's like you want to comfort and you want to be there and you want to help. Like you said, you want to help people. But at the same time, is it going to do him of any good service if you lie to him? No. You know, I mean, you know, and I know you know that deep in your heart, but it still doesn't make it. Go ahead.
She keeps remembering as well, my mom. And then she just sobs, and it's really hard.
Yeah.
I've got
that's a whole different thing, you know, what she's going through, dementia, because I've known a few people, and I'm afraid my mom's getting there like that too, because of her stroke, but also just, you know, as she gets older, she doesn't she's better. She's funny, she has great long-term memory, but like within an hour she doesn't remember anything, you know. It's like, oh wow, you know, you start observing these things. I had a friend that she was watching her mom deteriorate, because you know the body, you can't do anything about it. The body's going to give up when the body gives up, and that's you know, part of our life system. But as she was watching her mom go through dementia, she was telling me these stories, and it basically kind of came out as somebody can easily interpret as like, God, she hated her mom and she had a bad relationship with her. You know, the mom was always critical. But towards the end, like the more and more her mother forgot with dementia, she said it was amazingly weird and awkward for her, because her mother was like changing in this way where she was becoming more loving and kind, and you know, and it was like something she never had from her mother, she always wanted.
I think my mum's aggressive, like more aggressive than she's ever been. Like she would be horrified at some of the things that she says and does sometimes. She's also lost her inhibition, so she sometimes it's just, you just got to laugh at some of the bits because they're like so funny. But on Tuesday, obviously my dad went into hospital again, and then he was moved into this like it's like an assessment. Excuse me, it's like an assessment ward thing, and he he obviously he's I thought he might pick up a little bit, but he hasn't. I mean, I spoke to them today and he hasn't eaten at all.
Yeah.
Yesterday I had a little bit of ice cream. But it's like all the things he had enjoyment in, like because he can't see, he doesn't have any enjoyment anymore.
It's now declining.
Yeah, and it's kind of like there's that, like I said, there's that selfishness of like not wanting to let him go, but there's also the side of like
not wanting to see him suffer either.
No, and I want to respect his wishes and everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just try and like obviously come on and like try and make the best of it.
What do you think the antidote of and I'm not saying a cure. I don't believe in these cures. There's really nothing a cure for, it seems like. But what do you think the antidote in the here and now, like the very moment, like when you kind of visit there? Let's say you get off the phone call, with your mom or your dad or something. Like where can you go in that space that, so you're not dwelling on it too much. You can't help it. Like, can you talk to your son? Do you have,
Yeah, I mean, I can talk to my kids, my brother and sister, like family and friends, anyone really. A lot of time, I sat and sobbed with my mum on Tuesday twice, because she was getting upset and then I got upset. You know what I mean? And sometimes you just need to cry, I think.
Oh, that's people don't realize how important. The process of grieving is a complex thing. I don't need to tell you.
Yeah, I think, and then like there's something like that, or I'll go and have a conversation with Mum and she'll say something funny, like when I was telling her about my quizzes and stuff, and she said, all right, so do you get many questions right? And I went, no, Mama, I answer the questions. And she went, I ask the questions. I said, all right. So she says, well, I've got a question for you. She went, she said, what did I have for me dinner? Because I can't remember. I was honest, when you laugh, you proper belly laugh because you like it was just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those are good. You ever see that film called Steel Magnolias?
Yeah, a long time ago I've seen it. Yeah.
You remember the scene where they're at the funeral? And
it's the Dolly Parton one, isn't it?
Yeah, there's Dolly Parton, but like an all-star cast.
Julie Roberts and that. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And like some old school actresses too. Anyway, they were at the funeral, and something like really is, severe and dark is being discussed, and also because of the funeral. But they kind of they're close, but they're like some of them are kind of rivals, but they're all close, and they go from going to a funeral in terms of grief and sadness, and all of a sudden it's like the scene changes exponentially. It's like they're all laughing at a funeral, and it's like you said, it's that absurdness, but it's like that is life. I find that it's like
I said to my kids, I said, I want like sort of colourful, I want it bright, colourful, loud, like fun kind of thing.
Yeah. When you die, you mean?
Yeah, I
want to be celebrated. I don't think I will. People are gonna be like, "Who's that?" And no, but I mean, I would want to be celebrated as opposed to like, "Oh, what a fine bloke," and it's like, okay,
I'm just reading some of the chat because I missed loads. Flaws don't make you a bad person; they make you human. That's very true, Sarah. And hello. It's so easy to knock ourselves down, but it takes some strength to build ourselves back up. That's very true. I think the thing with me is now is like, if I go to say something horrible to myself for whatever reason, I always say, would you say this to someone you love, like a friend, a family member, or whatever?
Beautiful.
And then
that's an antidote. That's
just
an antidote.
wipes it straight away because I know I wouldn't. And you shouldn't say it yourself. Do you know what I mean?
That's brilliant. That's so brilliant, Lainey.
Oh, thank you, Sharon. She said I inspire her to be a better person. Yeah, and another word for flaws is character. That's right, Susan.
Oh, I saw that earlier.
And Susan says that I'm her inspiration. Thank you. Joan says you're lovely and so kind and non-judgmental, a real gem. Just putting yourself out there, Leonie, is amazing. Oh, thank you.
You have such a good, selection of folks that come in and visit you and give you.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Michelle said she misses her parents. Yeah, that's exactly like I try and think that because although both my parents have issues and are very, declined a lot the past few months, I'm still lucky that I've still got them both. So many people don't. I've been an orphan for a long time now. Still miss them both terribly. Sorry about that, Susan. Sarah says dementia is heartbreaking, but the person you love is still in there. Yeah. Someone said to my friend whose mum also had dementia, she said it's like you lose them twice in a sense. Like once they get dementia and then again when they pass away. But in a different way kind of thing, which I guess makes sense. I can't have a serious conversation with my mum essentially, but like there's so much, like I tend to have sing-songs with her and stuff because it takes her back and it reminds us of before when she used to be in the kitchen baking and with the music on and singing and whatnot. So
you just it's one of those things where it's like you can't really dwell in the past, but at the same time it's like how do you talk to in the present? And once you start getting in a rhythm of that, maybe that's so arduous.
Joan and Susan said that they both missed their parents, but that they were lucky because they were loving parents, and some children aren't that fortunate, which is true. Sarah's partner lost his mum at 27 and his dad at 34. He's not been the same since. I'm sorry to hear that, Sarah. It's really hard, isn't it? Our parents' generation were a great generation. We are very lucky. Yeah, I agree. Sharon said, I'm an only child, and the only time I wished I had a sibling is when my mum was battling a failed cancer operation. Oh, sorry to hear that, Sharon. Well, we'll all be your sisters. We'll all be your siblings and brothers. Sorry, Louis.
That's okay.
Missed you out there.
No, I was brought up with 3 sisters, so I'm so used to it.
Yeah.
Listen, Lainey, I don't mean to be rude, and I appreciate you letting me join you today. So
That's all right.
I'm gonna have to step out here, and I gotta make about 2 calls. I'm gonna try to reach my daughter, which I haven't talked to in a long while, so catch up on that.
No worries.
Do some things. Hey, it's been a pleasure.
Definitely. Always
is. Everybody in the chat, have a good evening. Thank you for tolerating my presence.
Tolerating you.
We'll see you soon. But but one last thing I'd like to leave you with is just start that writing as soon as possible. I think it's a brilliant idea. And rewatch what everybody said here and what we talked about. I think you're onto something quite wise, and I mean I know because you are wise.
For like a charity, and I put it together for them, and that's where
good for you though. This is strictly this you can be selfish with. Just love it up, and even if it's you're talking about something dark, doesn't mean you can't have something positive to have an outcome with. Yeah. Well, I wish you a blessed evening. Enjoy. Get some rest. Get some rest.
I will soon. I'll catch up with the chat and see where I'm at.
Right. Take care, everybody. I'll talk to you soon, Lainey.
Good evening for you, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm getting there, but I have some things I need to catch up with.
Right.
You take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye. Bye. And then there was me. I'm going to catch up with the rest of what he was saying. I strive to be more like my mum. She was a wonderfully funny, positive person, my idol. Yeah, my mum's the same, Susan. And, obviously seeing her with the dementia is really hard. But again, like I said, she's had dementia for 8 years. So what, since I was 37ish, but up until that point, you know, she was, and I mean, it's declined slowly. It's not like constant. So I still have to say that I'm lucky, because I am, you know what I mean? Your mum was your idol too, Joan. Yeah, I totally get that. We're all going through stuff. Sending love to you all. Yeah, and to you, Sharon. Same as my mum, Susan. I strive to be like her, but I may never achieve it. She was an angel on earth. I think you are all doing pretty well at achieving it. We live a different kind of life when we lose someone. Never get over it. Just try to live with it in a new way. Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, I can't. I've been lucky really, because, you know, I've lost some people, uncles, aunties, and things. But like, you know, really close family, like parents, children, where I've had friends who have lost parents and children, which, you know what I mean? Especially children. How do you ever get over that? You know what I mean? Sarah says, I think sometimes with dementia, if you don't laugh, you cry. That is true. That is true. I've had moments like that. I think that's why doing the whole channel hop thing, the charity channel hop, means a lot to me, because I can't do much for my mum, especially like physically, because I'm obviously in the wheelchair and I can't physically help her. But like, I wanted to do this in her name, and my dad was going through tests for it as well. And that my auntie who passed away last month, she had it for a year. So it's like, you know, it's deep in this family kind of thing, that, which is why I want to do something for it and do something I can. Susan says, my dad died when I was 17. Actually found him dead. Oh no. When I got home one afternoon, totally wrecked my life for a good few years. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Susan. That must have been so hard. Really hard. Can't even begin. And we're becoming an older generation, even if we think we are still 7. Yeah. My father-in-law has vascular dementia. Who you call care for? Yeah, I remember you were telling us about that, Leanne. Your partner's dad once accused you of stealing the newspaper that he'd given him, which made you triple. You were 25 when your dad died, and you still think of him all the time. It was a terrible time, but you work through it now and come out the other side. It must have been awful. I spent 3 days. I spent 3 days drunk as feck and crying when my mum was in a bad way. I was in a bad place. Yeah, I can understand that. It's really hard. Sometimes it seems like yesterday, other times it seems like eons ago. Yeah, I get that. I did that too, Sharon, when I lost my best friend in 2010. I nearly killed myself from drink. But you did come out the other side, Leanne. Your mum died 13 years ago, but it seems like yesterday sometimes. Oh. Right. I'm gonna go and ring my brother back just to make sure everything's all right. But thank you to everyone for your comments and your kind words, and I'm really sorry of everything that everyone's gone through, and I hope that we all just try and get through it as best we can. Next Saturday, Joan, at 6 o'clock, is Run Reseller Run. But we are very lucky to you know, we just got to look for the positives in things, and just being able to share like this and having each other, and just, yeah, just much love to everybody. And I will catch you, what day are we on? I'll see you in someone's live somewhere, but I'll catch you Tuesday on my own. Good night, everyone. Sleep well, be good, and stay positive. Good night.